See, as Lucy's posted, it's set up the meeting. Okay, so there we
Do you like
go.
that?
We're live. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so officially welcome everyone. An hour into the session. Had some. I just wanted to, in response to these sharings, just wanted to talk about the hero's journey a bit, and maybe the integral model, just to kind of frame what we've discussed. So, on this journey, can you all see the screen? Let me just share my screen actually. On this journey, there are these challenges and temptations that are really an integral part of the journey. Can you all see that? So you notice, once you start going, you take the call to adventure, you go past the threshold, and you're now into the unknown. I think you're all well into that process. That the challenges and temptations that arise are then part of the journey. This is the ego arising. Its defense mechanisms, and the overcoming of those challenges and temptations is how you follow your path and follow the hero's journey to ultimately the abyss, into the undoing of the entire undoing of the ego. That's the death of the ego and the rebirth to the spirit. And if you're kind of on that threshold, then if it's the ego's last stand, it's going to fight a good fight. It's not just going to let go that easily, because when you really let go into the abyss, then that's it. It's game over. You've really let go of this, and then the resurrection, the rebirth into another self, happens automatically, and there's the real transformation that the ego fears. So if you're finding that kind of last ditch resistance, then understand that this is what's happening in this hero's journey, and you're not going to die. Only the ego is going to die. The transformation is necessary in order to return with these gifts of the goddess, which are there to really bless and heal other people, and help bring this enlightened consciousness into the earthly plane. I think that's what you mean by bringing heaven to earth. It's bringing this awareness of truth into this world, and then allowing it to do its work. It works miracles through you and others. So we have a look at. I wanted to just share the integral model with you quickly. We have a look at integral model on this within this model. If you really deeply change your intentions, so the values, priorities, motivations, you really give it to the spirit, then that is going to have impacts on the behavioral level. So your own behavior and performance outcomes are going to change, because you're going to be thinking and speaking and acting differently, and the culture and the systems can change as well. So someone who's really rooted in this presence, say Yeshua, Buddha did it as well. They do profoundly actually change the culture. They change the collective mindset, which is collective interior, and then the systems. The world reconfigures according to this new belief system, and so both of them, founded religions, which profoundly influenced the world and changed the so-called structure of our world and society. So this can be done. This has been done by people. And I think with the tools we have today, the information technology, the ability to reach potentially millions of people with one message, the potential for this kind of transformation is enormous, because the communication between these different quadrants is it's not just happening on the mind level. We have communication systems on this level, all these devices and the internet that allows it to happen so quickly, like real time. plugged in, you can send a message, and a second later it reaches anywhere in the world, and someone can read that and get a shift within seconds or minutes of you posting something. Quite extraordinary, really. So it's the whole thing's been speeded up. So that's what's interesting for me. Okay, well, let's see how this all plays out on the level of form. How does the Spirit do this? How does the Spirit do my life within the construct of the whole to be truly helpful to the whole? And let me, allow myself to be used for that. And that's the inspired life that we've been asked to surrender to. And we've got to do it ourselves. Let go of the ego's resistance to doing that ourselves, so we can become truly helpful in this whole plan of at-one-ment as it plays out within this construct that the integral model is showing us. So the external changes because the internal changes. So the key thing is just remind yourself, you're not really trying to fix anything external. You're actually trying to undo the ego and correct your mind. And then what shows up on the level of form is what the Spirit guides. And so then it's inspired manifestation. But you're not trying to create an outcome in order to get some kind of happiness. That's always the ego's games. We'll get something here so that you can feel better about yourself. So that's an inversion of the truth. It's always, no, correct this, go into the Spirit, and then allow that to unfold, allow that to guide you and reflect in the external. And that's we're all learning. It's this learning how to operate this. So this might actually be quite helpful, Yad, for you. You're saying you're struggling to actually operate in the world. This integral model is quite a good kind of framework for understanding it, and how then the Spirit can come in and use this framework quite functionally. You can operate in all four quadrants. So that's the integral life, is to be for all quadrants, all level, because there's levels within this. There's a level of mind, there's a level of soul, there's a level of spirit, all quadrant, all level. So you're able to operate, at the highest level in all quadrants in your life. That's the enlightened state, and that's a learning to shift from one level to another. It can feel a bit disconcerting, but it sounds like you actually are being upgraded. It's like an upgrade, software download, upgraded to, YAD version enlightenment is happening, and then it feels like, well, a bit disconcerting because the old YAD, the old software program's got to be replaced by a new one, to use that analogy. Okay, so any questions about that? I just thought those two models might be quite helpful, the hero's journey and the integral model, in the context of what we discussed. So let's have a quick look at today's quote, and there's some teaching that goes with that. So let's have a little read of this. So yeah, do you want to kick it off for us and read the quote and the first paragraph? First two paragraphs.
Yeah, so to forgive is to set a prisoner free and discover that the prisoner was you. Oh, that's wonderful. Today's quote by a renowned Christian author, ethicist, and theologian is a succinct summary of what forgiveness will do for you. The word prisoner brings to mind Plato's allegory of the cave, which I thought I'd repeat in the context of this quote and today's ACIM workbook lesson, because forgiveness is the way out of the dark cave of our belief in separation, in which we have imprisoned ourselves.
Okay. So we'll ask Sally to read. Sally, you want to read the next paragraph for us? Please.
Where are we up to? To recap on the story, are we there?
You still on mute? Are you muted?
No.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, where are we on? To recap the
story. Recap on the story, yeah.
To recap on the story, Plato starts by describing prisoners chained together in a cave from birth, so they have no knowledge of the outside world. Behind the prisoners is a fire. Behind the fire and the prisoners, people move about carrying puppets, shapes, and other objects. These cast shadows on the wall in front of the prisoners, who believe these shadows are real and do not understand they are merely shadows being projected onto the wall. That ties in very nicely with what we were talking about.
Oh, so quite an amazing analogy actually to have drawn. So Plato and his mentor Socrates were pretty tapped in. You know, they were downloading some universal truth there, and this allegory is really talking about an illusion, isn't it? It's like understanding that this world of images that we seem to see is just a projection onto a wall. You know, nowadays, if this was an updated analogy, we'd say, well, yeah, they all locked in a darkened room watching a TV screen, and you know, they're thinking that what's being projected onto the screen is true. And literally, we now have movies. You know, you can actually sit in darkened rooms and you watch the movie, and we think that the images projected onto the screen are real, when in fact they're not. It's just a story, all made up. So you know, this is an allegory that used what they understood at the time.
Isn't this true now, though? The news that we're getting.
Yeah, we're hypnotized. We're all watching. We're literally glued to the screen, and what's being shown on the screen, most people take as the truth.
Exactly.
And it's simply not. It's being manipulated by the puppet masters behind that are determining what images you see. You know, they are projecting this onto the screen for you, creating a show that seems to be quite convincing. If you don't know that there's something else. So it takes, you know, someone who's got the courage to turn around and look behind and say, where are these images coming from? No, don't just believe what's projected onto the screen in front of you. Turn around. So that symbolically, that's a turnaround in your mind to say, okay, I'm actually willing to question my beliefs, the sort of cultural paradigm that this is real, this is normal. Turn around and start to really ask, well, where's all this coming from? And that's what the one prisoner who represents Plato's teacher Socrates did. He finally questions the hypnosis of his fellow prisoners, and he has the courage to turn around and see that the shadows are fake. Okay, this is all just a puppet show, an illusion produced by the puppet masters prancing around in front of the fire. So once you see that clearly, he now has a realization that allows him to escape. So okay, all that's really keeping me here, although I seem to be in chains, actually what's keeping me here is my mind's attachment to the images. That's the problem. Because I believe these images are true and real, I'm fixated by the images. I'm glued to the wall, and I can't turn around because I'm believing in these images so much. And so it requires someone who's going to question, you know, what the projection is, which is exactly what we're being asked to do with a teaching like A Course in Miracles. You know, where the image is coming from, what's behind them. Question the source of the projection so that we can undo that in our minds. And you know, this realization then allows us to escape. So Lucy, if you can read the next paragraph for us kindly. This realization allows him to escape.
This realization allows him to escape from the chains that symbolize his false beliefs and from the cave that symbolizes this material world, and discover there is a whole new reality outside the cave that he was previously unaware of, which symbolizes a transcendent reality of light and beauty that is the key concept of what comes to be known as the Perennial Philosophy.
Yeah.
This is that.
Was there? Yeah. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, that's the argument that led to the baby food argument. The reality, it's you cannot convince somebody of what they're looking at. That what they're looking at is not what they're looking at.
Mm.
You can only mirror. You can only be it.
Mm.
And that's I think that's the rub for a lot of us, and why the special relationships fall away, because they can't sort of hold that rub, that place between the, where the grip is really on the illusion, and where there's the openness to the light, the openness to a whole new reality that is not represented by what we seem to have at the moment, which is the biggest ego trip going with the media. It must be the most difficult times, but I'm saying that from an egoic place as well. This must be the hardest times to and the easiest. I mean, who knows, but
Well, Charles Dickens said, well, they were the best of times and they were the worst of times. It's a brilliant, that's how it goes. With all of the falsity, there's the opportunity to awaken, because it's just become so evident that it's false. I think a lot of the benefit of what's happened over the last couple of years is that a whole lot of people in the cave have gone, really? Do I believe these images? Or, actually, are there some puppet masters pulling strings here, showing me what they want me to show me, asking me to believe in what they want me to believe, because there's an agenda behind this. And so I think a lot of people have come to a greater awakening because of that. Even people on a spiritual path. I was talking to a guy called Len Satov. I don't know if you know him, Sally. He's part of the Iona and John did some workshops with him and so a lady called Sandy who does a clearing process. And so he said, well, I never really paid much attention to all this politics and then the COVID comes along and suddenly he's got to okay, so what's actually going on here? Actually, do I really believe the media, or do I have to really question these images and do another level of undoing of my ego in the process? Because when you start to question the whole construct, okay, maybe the whole thing's a setup. They're all lying to me. I mean, that is quite a realization, isn't it? The whole thing's a lie. I'm in the cave and I'm being lied to, and I just want to be free from all of this. Most prisoners, most people in this world are not ready for that kind of realization, that it's all a lie, and I've got to chuck it all up and let it all go. And so they hold on to what they feel familiar with, which is the images, and they defend the images. They say, no, how can the government be lying to us? That's not possible. That everyone could be lying, really, isn't it? Well, actually, if the ego is behind the entire illusion of time and space, then absolutely it's possible. We're all living in the lie. See, it's levels and levels of the lie, isn't it?
Sorry, just the Flat Earth Society. Have you heard any of their stuff?
I haven't actually. No.
And they've got a series of documentaries, and they are very convincing. And they do exactly what you've just said. They really kind of make you question, why would everyone lie? What's the benefit of them lying to you about all of this? Because that's what they're saying, is that all of this is an illusion, and the Earth is flat. And I mean, there's some lovely things that they say, but it's the same idea, isn't it? And they're just coming at it from a different angle with a different topic. But
yeah, well, they're asking you to question the existing paradigm.
Yeah, exactly.
So, let's just not just accept it. Let's question. I think the world is probably round.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, the questioning paradigms and saying, well, how do we really know? You accept what we've all been taught to accept is the scientific materialist worldview. It is the dominant religion of the modern world, certainly in the West, and even more and more so in the East, because they've adopted a lot of our ways. Gone, this is the way, material progress and so on, based on scientific materialism, and that's not true. Scientific materialism rests on an illusion that somehow the external world is more real than the internal world. In fact, at its extreme, a pure scientific materialist doesn't even acknowledge that you have a mind. They say you have a brain, and the brain creates any kind of consciousness. They don't really know how to deal with the idea of consciousness and mind somehow existing prior to brain. They don't have a way of processing it. So the pure scientific materialist says, well, you're a brain. And any consciousness you have is a product of the brain, of the physical. And when the brain dies, the body, the mind dies, and that's it. There's no acknowledgement of these interior dimensions of consciousness that exist independent of and actually above the external. So it's an inversion of truth. It's saying the exterior is what's real and this is unreal, when in fact the reverse is true. What's real is the mind and the internal domain of mind, and this is a projection of mind. This has been created by mind. So it is effect and not cause. So when you do that and you invert cause and effect, then you get a totally upside down world, where apparently now what is actually effect is cause. I believe that's exactly what's happened with COVID. I believe that what we're seeing, the so-called COVID virus, is an effect and not a cause. It's totally upside down. Well, if that's the case, then all of the everything that it's been taught to us is a lie, because it's been taught that this is the cause, but maybe it's the effect. So what's the real cause then? Oh, well, the real cause lies in the mind, doesn't it? The real cause of all sickness and disease lies in mind. So it's actually a belief system that's causing this, and then that plays out in different ways for people on the level of form. So they get sick because of a belief system. And then that manifests as stress. Stress then creates the change in the DNA, which they measure as the virus. If that's true, and I can't absolutely for sure say 100% it's true, but if that is true, then it's a total lie. We've been fed a fabrication and a lie of what's actually the real cause, and all the measures to seemingly counter it are false, because you haven't identified the true cause. So this kind of thinking leads you to question the whole paradigm of everything, which is why authorities don't encourage it, because it's a thin edge of the wedge into going, well, actually, I don't believe anything you say. I'm not going to follow anything that you say, because it's all a lie. So this is why there's been all this over the centuries. There's all this resistance to the truth.
That's why they made one of the reasons they made cannabis illegal was because people were thinking for themselves and opting out of the system. They didn't like it, so they caught onto that pretty quick and made it illegal.
Yeah. So this is, given this analogy, the allegory of Plato's cave is 2,400 years old. Nothing much has really changed in 2,400 years. If you look, we really actually this allegory is as pertinent now as it probably was in ancient Athens, because it was an allegory that Plato used to explain what had happened to Socrates, and he did it in a story, so he presumably couldn't be persecuted as well. So where are we? This freed prisoner. So I think it's Yad. If you want to read the next paragraph.
This freed prisoner sees that the outside world is so much more real than that in the cave. So he returns to the cave to tell the other prisoners the good news and set them free. But he's somewhat blinded when he returns, because his eyes are not accustomed to actual sunlight, and so he can no longer see the shadows clearly. The chained prisoners interpret this blindness to the images on the wall, which they think are reality, as stupidity and ignorance, and believe they'll be harmed if they try to leave the cave. They violently resist the freed man's attempts to convince them that what they're seeing on the wall is not real, and there's a far better and brighter reality that awaits them, which alludes to Socrates' death by decree of the Athenian rulers of the time. He actually took poison rather than their offer of permanent banishment from the city, as he preferred the transcendence of death to the separation of exile.
So nothing much has really changed. There were authorities and rulers in that time who didn't really want the truth to be known. And Socrates was an awakening, and he was trying to teach people the truth that threatened their authority. So then they said, well, you're either going to die or you're going to leave. And he said, well, it's fine. I'll take the poison rather than leave.
So it shows you can't tell people anything. You have to allow them to see how you are and live by example, don't you? So they can see what you're doing, and then they can choose themselves. So awakened masters don't try and encourage people to go onto the journey of transcendence, because it's something people have to come to. It's not something people can be told or taught, is it? They have to experience it.
Well, they're the example. So an awakened master is like, yes, ultimately this is the destination of the journey for everyone, but I can't force anyone to do it. So all I can do is lead by example, and, be that light in the world. And those who it resonates with will follow me, and those who it doesn't will resist me. They'll find me very threatening. And that's always been the dynamic. Look at Yeshua's life. Awakened master come into the society to awaken it, and yet most people resisted him. They didn't want to be awakened. So eventually he's crucified because they're fearing the messenger. Well, let's kill the messenger then. We don't like the message, so kill the messenger. That's the ego's role. And but that was then part of his teaching. Well, you can't kill the messenger. You can't kill the messenger. The messenger is going to resurrect, because the truth is eternal, and you cannot kill it. You cannot destroy this. And so then there's a timeless teaching that's evolved out of that whole drama that he played out in his life, where he demonstrated that there's a timeless truth that cannot be destroyed, and that can transcend any authority in this world. Okay, so the next paragraph, let's ask Sally to read that. Given what's happening in the world.
Given what's happening in the world right now, with the COVID pandemic and mass vaccinations in the name of so-called herd immunity, one may well ask if anything has really changed in 2,400 years. Or are most people in our society still hypnotized by the images and the puppet masters that project onto the screen? In today's world, this screen is very literal, in that the electronic devices like TVs, computers, and mobile phones are showing us images of so-called reality all day long. Ask yourself honestly, who and what is producing these images? And this questioning will ultimately lead you to escape from the cave of false beliefs that imprison humanity into the light of truth. That is who you really are.
So a very, very pertinent allegory, even though it's 2,400 years ago, just updated to modern times and update the technology a bit. And it's absolutely relevant to what's playing out in the world right now. But this is good, because with the obviousness of the illusion, when people start to see through the illusion, and they start to question the images on the screen, and they're starting to turn around, then more and more people are saying, yes, I will question this, and I'm going to awaken from this. I'm going to walk out of the cave of my false beliefs into the light of truth. And that's what spiritual awakening is all about. So COVID is part of that whole story. It's part of the ego's fighting back, trying to convince us that it's true. But in doing that, it reveals its falsity so clearly that it's now becomes another part of the awakening, something else to let go of for many millions of people. So it's all perfect, they were the best of times and the worst of times, all perfect in its imperfection. The awakening's happening as the ego defends itself. That's how it works. You go back to the hero's journey. So the more it's defending itself, you've got to go, well, this is good, bring it on. If it's really kicking up a storm, it's like, great, because now I'm getting to see it. And seeing it in all of its ugliness. It's being revealed, and now I can undo it. If it's buried in my subconscious, I can't do that because I'm not even aware of it. So, personally as well as collectively, that's what we're all doing. We're coming into a time, maybe of the ego's last stand for a lot of us. We're being given the opportunity to undo it through these seeming events in the external. Oh, there's Iona joining us. Okay, so back to forgiveness, which is going to lead us nicely into our quote. So let's actually ask Iona. Welcome, Iona.
Hi.
Right on cue to read our next paragraph, which is about forgiveness.
Okay. See if I can handle that. Forgiveness as Jesus teaches.
Yeah, exactly.
Please, could you make it a wee bit bigger?
I can. There you go.
Okay. Forgiveness as Jesus teaches it in ACIM is nothing more than a refusal to give reality to the images being projected onto the four-dimensional screen of time-space that we call this universe and world by the ego or belief in separation.
Okay. So that's really all forgiveness is. It's just you're not giving reality to the images.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Plato's cave, by the way. I don't know if you read the post this morning, but just don't believe it. Forgiveness or letting go is simply, I don't believe this anymore. I'm not going to give reality to these images in my mind, and we give reality to them through our emotions. You see, this is how it works. When we get emotional about something, then we're giving it a reality because we're giving it the power to affect our deeper state of mind. And forgiveness is simply saying, don't do that.
Yeah.
Stay rooted in the truth of your higher awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love, and because only that state is real. All the other states are part of this false reality the ego's invented. And all it's done is it's created a four-dimensional illusion in this time-space construct that it's also invented, purely to justify these emotions. It's quite extraordinary. I really got that insight a year ago when I had sort of a mystic experience after the Vipassana retreat. I saw so clearly that the only purpose of this whole world and all these images is to justify all of these false ideas, thoughts, and emotions, and to perpetuate them, to say, well, yes, you can feel upset and you can feel angry and fearful and whatever else because of now the image. See, so it's a justification for the feelings that the ego wants to continue feeling and experiencing through you, and that's all that's going on here. I mean, that talk about a setup. That's a game of note. But when you see it for what it is, then forgiveness is simply recognizing the falsity of it and saying, don't be fooled by the game. It's a setup.
Haven't we come in to play this game, though? Isn't that the point? We've come in to play this game and then to reach that point of alignment, to enlightenment, to realize it's a game. But we've come in deliberately knowing that we're going to be playing this game, haven't we?
Well, no. Would you deliberately come into hell?
That's my question all the time, to be honest with you.
We come in because we were confused. We reincarnate because you're confused about who you really are. And you think you're separate. And so you come in to play out separation because that's what your mind wants. And Yeshua is saying, well, this is really a pointless game. This is a game going nowhere. So your purpose now that you seemingly hear is simply to awaken to the game and recognize the futility of the game of separation, that it's actually really, it's going nowhere. The dream's going nowhere. It's not leading you anywhere. There's no divine purpose for this. God didn't put you here. There's some people say, well, God put us here. And we don't know why. It's just a great mystery. Well, why would God do this? And Yeshua says, no, it's not a great mystery. God didn't do it. That's the whole point. God or perfect love had absolutely nothing to do with this. This is all your own miscreation. It's an invention of your mind, and you can let it go. And you don't have to keep doing this. When you recognize the insanity of it, that there really is no purpose, then you can let it all go and completely free yourself from the construct, and you don't have to come back. Reincarnation is just a stubborn belief in the idea of separation, and that you're right in believing that. No, I really am a separate self, so I'm going to prove it by coming back into a body and reincarnating again to show that this is true. That's what reincarnation is. And the awakening is simply saying, no, you don't need to do that anymore. Forgiveness, somebody says you don't need to do it anymore. This was not of God. There was never a point to this. This was just a tiny mad idea of separation, gone mad, projected out, and you've gone crazy, you've gone mad, and now it's time to come back to sanity. But you have to do that within the construct of the dream and the world that you've invented. So that's what makes it somewhat challenging, because the world you've invented seemingly makes the belief in separation real and believable. Okay, so moving on to the next paragraph, but neither is it less. Lucy, will you read that for us?
But neither is it less. Therefore, to free ourselves from the mental and emotional prison this belief has made for us, we need to deny the reality of any of the images we see, hear, taste, touch, and perceive in this so-called reality. That's a very big ask, you may say, but it's really not, because you need only apply the simple logic of the Holy Spirit to everything you perceive in this world. The images you perceive as external reality are either all real or all unreal. There is no in-between state.
Okay. Makes sense?
Mm.
So just to comment on that, yes, you're saying it's actually really simple. There's no in between. It's no like some reality and this is somewhat real and this is a little bit more real. It's either real or unreal. So if you have that very simple decision rule, which is what the Holy Spirit gives you, then it becomes quite simple. Okay, this is not real. Whatever it is, if it's an image, an seeming external reality, it's not true and it's not real. So why am I reacting to it as if it is real? Why am I giving it a reality then in my mind when it's unreal? It's an image projected onto the screen of time and space. That's all it is. None of the images have any reality. So the Holy Spirit, is the ultimate judge of this, and just helps us to see very clearly the truth in every instance and say, well, it's real or it's unreal. So just hold to the truth and you'll be fine. If you recognize the unreality of the images and then you take guidance, okay, well, so the images are unreal. I really get that deeply, but I'm still seemingly having to deal with the images in this illusion. But now I'm dealing with them from the state of mind of recognizing the truth that they are unreal, and I'm now being guided by the deeper reality. So how can the deeper reality guide me to do whatever I need to do in the unreality of the image world, of the dream world? And this is the guidance we're asking for. So we don't get confused anymore. We're very, very clear. Okay, none of this is real. I'm not attached to it. I'm just very clear. I'm in spacious awareness. And now it's guiding me. It's giving me very clear directions as to what to do in the dream world. So it's like you're in the maze of the matrix. You're in a computer game, and instead of being lost, you've got the guy that knows the way out of the maze, saying turn left, turn right, go through that door, take that exit, whatever, because it's trying to guide you out of the game, and it knows the way out. It's because it's the presence that is beyond the game. And so that's what forgiveness opens you to, is to listening to that guidance. So some people will say, the Course is very impractical because it's talking about this high metaphysical truth that's beyond the illusion, and how does that actually practically help you in your dream? But it does. If you can really forgive and let go, you open yourself up to another guidance system that's going to give you actually very, very specific guidance, but with no attachment. There's no attachment to the dream. You're not emotional about it. You're just able to listen and do whatever you've been guided to do, without all of the emotional clutter that the egos really just put up as a defense mechanism against this guidance. Okay, so happy with that paragraph?
Yes.
We're cycling back to Iona, I think. Iona, if you accept the truth.
If you accept the truth that all the images you perceive in this world, people, places, events, circumstances, and anything else that seems to be outside of your mind are unreal, when you are tempted to make them real by reacting to them emotionally and hence judging them as real with the power to affect you, this is true forgiveness that sets you free, because you can no longer believe in any of the images, and so they have no power to cause you any suffering or peace in any way. That's surely the longest sentence you've asked me ever to read.
That probably is, actually. I should have probably broken that with a full stop somewhere.
So, about 3 times, yeah.
But well done. So, any thoughts on that?
I think I was busy concentrating on when is there going to be a full stop rather than taking it in. Yeah, la 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 la. It's about the chains that bind us when we believe in everything that, well, the chains that bind me when I perceive and believe that, oh, this is all real, and how miserable it is to be chained by all this shit. Terrible.
So it's just recognizing that, and whenever it comes up, whenever images come up again to be offered to you for your belief, just don't fall into the trap. Go, but it's all unreal. This is the Holy Spirit's judgment. It's all unreal, so don't believe in any of it. And that's a very clear decision rule. So what I love about this path is it's so clear. There's no ambiguity here. He's just giving you, like, it's this and it's that, and so it's very clear. There's many so-called spiritual paths that fudge it. You go, well, some of it's kind of real, and some of form is useful, and the ego can be useful in some instances, and that's a very confusing message. Like, so what is it? So when is the ego useful, and when is it not useful? Yes, you're saying, no, the ego is simply not useful. Period. Full stop. It's not useful, it's not helpful, and it's an illusion, and you don't want it, and its entire world it goes along with it. So none of it's useful. So you're going to collapse the whole thing. He's not asking you to hold back in any way, shape, or form. Which then is very clear. It's like a very clear direction, a very clear path, and you just have to do it. There's no ambiguity about the message. It's just applying it rigorously to your life, so that you don't get caught up in these snares that the ego sets for you, and you do free yourself using your remaining time here. So rejoice. It's amazing that we've got this teaching. Such a clear teaching from a master who has escaped the entire dream, and it's there for us to study and practice and apply. And we've got this technology now that allows us to join and have these discussions wherever we are in the world. Amazing, just incredible. So we're very, very, very grateful that all of this has been given for our awakening. That's the purpose of it. Okay, so happy with that last paragraph. No longer believe in the images. This is really what forgiveness is. Another way of perceiving the images of this world. So let's ask Sally to read that.
Any other way of perceiving the images of this world will inevitably lead you to you remaining in the chains of your own false beliefs that would have you believe the images on the screen are real, and that the separate perceiver who perceives them, aka your ego, is therefore also real.
And so that's the whole construct. That's the images. If the images are real, then the perceiver, the separate self that's perceiving them, must also be real. That's how the ego perpetuates itself. And it's absolutely addicted to that, and it doesn't want to let that game go very easily. But that's actually what's going on. So whenever you're tempted to make the images real by having an mental and emotional reaction to them, recognize that the ego is just trying to convince you that you still are a separate self. That's what's going on. And forgiveness, or letting go, is the way out of that. Simply drop the thought, drop the emotion. Don't give it any power, and it has no power. Okay, so next one, just gonna read this little quote. So prayer is a way of asking. So first discussed yesterday's quote of the day. So prayer is a bridge from your mess to God's rest. In the light of this quote, who wants to read the quote? Lucy, maybe. Lucy's still with us. You still with us, Lucy?
Still with you. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
You just read this quote. Prayer is a way of asking for something.
Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles. But the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness, because those who have been forgiven have everything. Once forgiveness has been accepted, prayer is in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. The prayer for forgiveness is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, when I read this before now, it just really hit in. It was like, that's it. I've already got it. We already have it. It's already here. What we're asking for is already here. And yeah, it was a massive sort of aha moment.
Oh, good.
Yes. And then just prayer being, that the acceptance, really, the acceptance of what is, and forgiving all the parts that haven't caught up with that. Don't believe that, have some other idea about it all.
So that's why, the prayers for forgiveness, to remind yourself, look, my only job here is to let go of this, as a reminder to do this. But the idea of praying for something in the dream world to change actually is utterly meaningless in the face of the complete letting go that he's asking you to do, which is the true prayer. Say, I want to let go of all of it, entire illusory dream world. So why would I want anything on the level of form in a dream world? No, all I'm asking for is for my mind to be completely corrected and healed, so that I can see this truly and free myself. So I can be, completely free from all of this illusion. So
I remember the first time I read the Course in Miracles, and I remember this precise point was the point when it just really made sense to me.
Okay.
And then I posted a poem onto our thread, because from really all the Sufi, what I got from the Sufi work was, if I think I'm there, if I think I've got it, if I think I've woken up, like, okay, don't be an idiot, basically. It's because my ego is saying, great, you've achieved something, you're there, you've only got a little way to go. And it's like, my God, I could keep revolving back round to this point. This very sentence, actually, in the Course in Miracles, that that it's already here, but I need the medium of prayer. I need the forgiveness to remind me that I don't need forgiveness because it's already here. But it's kind of like that. Yeah.
So unhealed bits. We need the prayer for forgiveness because we're still holding on in some cases. So the prayer for forgiveness reminds us, look, this is the answer. Just let this go, and allow the spirit to correct your perception. Praying for specific outcomes is no longer, it becomes ridiculous when you understand what you're actually trying to do. What you're trying to do is make the world of form, the world of illusion, better. Oh, well, if I change this image, or I rearrange the the images in some way. This is gonna somehow work and make me feel better, make me happier. But if all the images are unreal, then clearly that whole argument of the ego just collapses. It's like, well, it's all unreal anyway. So why are you trying to rearrange the images when in fact none of the images are true? What you should really be praying for is to see the images correctly.
Yeah.
That's what the true prayer is. So
yeah.
it's
Did we not have another term for enlightenment? Because I always struggle with this. Like it's a kind of state, like it's a state that we attain, that it's a a thing, because it is just somehow unveiling the light that we are, that is here, unveiling the truth.
I think we normally use awakening. It's like this awakening to what has always been there but has been covered over and denied. So that's a process. It seems to unfold sequentially, and you seem to have various experiences on that journey of awakening. And actually, it's just the truth being revealed to you within the construct of the dream world, which you've invented to deny it. Okay, so then I explained that true prayer is always for the forgiveness or letting go of any negative thoughts or emotions that block the awareness of love's presence. So when you have this awareness, you realize you need nothing else. And all prayer in the conventional sense of praying for something external to complete you becomes irrelevant, because you've accepted that you already are whole, complete, and therefore have everything you truly need. So why would you pray for anything external when you already have the truth and who you are is complete, whole, and perfect? It's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? So how most people use prayer is just another form of craving or desire, as the Buddha called it, which keeps you on the ego's hedonic treadmill, looking for some kind of external salvation, when in fact it's right there in your mind already. So he just reinterprets prayer really, really nicely in this particular sentence to remind us of that. And then we also discussed that deep peace and rest comes from letting go of our negativity, how building mind training practices like the daily lessons from A Course in Miracles, and times of longer rest in which you meditate into your daily schedules, how you integrate this insight about the relationship between prayer and forgiveness into your daily life, and pray without ceasing. So there's this quote from the New Testament. Paul said, someone else read it actually. Yad, if you want to read that. Rejoice always.
Rejoice always, pray without ceasing. This is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you.
So what did he actually mean by pray without ceasing? So a lot of Christians, taking it literally, mean, well, he meant we should go around like saying, please God help me, please, like continuously. But obviously that's not really what he meant. That's completely impractical. Pray without ceasing. It's an attitude of mind. So, translate that: rejoice always and let go without ceasing. Now that's the true prayer. Now that starts to come into alignment with the Course's teachings, doesn't it? Let go without ceasing. In everything give thanks, for this is the will of pure formless awareness in the one self that is represented by Yeshua for you. Now that's our translation of that. Now that starts to make a bit more sense, doesn't it? What he's really saying. So forgive or let go without ceasing. And that's exactly what he's asking us to do with these daily lessons. Every hour, just remind yourself this is the truth, and do another bit of letting go to practice this. So that's definitely it's a session we did last year. Definitely worth listening to if you haven't. Some good stuff in there. And yesterday's recording as well is also worth listening to. So that brings us to the lesson today. So this has got a few paragraphs. So let's dive into it and read it, and we'll translate it as we go. I don't actually think there's much translation to do here. much, not a lot of God, Holy Spirit going on, so we might not have to do very much. So here is the answer. So who wants to read the first paragraph?
Okay.
You'll read it. Okay. So read the key idea.
Forgiveness, letting go, is the key to happiness. Here is the answer to your search for peace. Here is the key to meaning in a world that seems to make no sense. Here is the way to safety in apparent danger that dangers that appear to threaten you every turn and bring uncertainty to all your hopes of ever finding quietness and peace. Here are all the questions answered. Here the end of all uncertainty ensured at last. Hooray!
Yeah, he's giving us, this is what this will do for you.
Yeah.
Setting it up nicely.
Yeah. So answers, meaning, a way to safety.
Yeah.
All questions answered. Yeah.
The end of all uncertainty is ensured at last, which is good news. As you say, this is the good news. Actually, there's a way out of the uncertainty. There's a way out of all mental and emotional disturbance into permanent quietness and peace, and that way he calls forgiveness. So setting the scene quite nicely. I don't think we need to translate any of that. So move on to number 2. So Sally, if you can read number 2 for us.
The unforgiving mind is full of fear and offers love no room to be itself, no place where it can spread its wings in peace and soar above the turmoil of the world. The unforgiving mind is sad, without the hope of respite and release from pain. It suffers and abides in misery, peering about in darkness, seeing not, yet certain of the danger lurking there.
Okay, so any thoughts on that? We might need to do a little bit of translation there. So let me just get that going. Any thoughts on that paragraph?
No, it's just like being in the dark cave, isn't it? Again.
Yeah, in the darkness of a limited awareness. So that's really our translation for limited for darkness is limited awareness. Okay, so let's just get a document going there. So we'll just do some translation as we go. So you want to translate that? Translate is just the last sentence or 2, I think. Needs to be translated. Number 2. So
Number 2, the unforgiving mind is sad.
Unforgiving mind is full of fear, offers love no room. So just the last number 3, last sentence. We'll just do a translation of that.
Suffers and abides in misery, peering about in darkness.
Yeah. So darkness is. Do you remember what darkness is?
Limited awareness.
Yeah. Well done. So limited awareness. Seeing not. We might want to change that to perceiving. Seeing not, peering about in darkness, seeing not, perceiving. How about not perceiving? Not perceiving truly. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Yet certain of the danger lurking there. So we think we're seeing or perceiving truly, but actually we're not at all. And that's the darkness for the limited awareness. Limited awareness leads to false perception.
Shall I read it again? It's
Read the whole thing from the top. Yeah.
right. Okay. The unforgiving mind is full of fear and offers love no room to be itself, no place where it can spread its wings in peace and soar above the turmoil of the world. The unforgiving mind is sad, without the hope of respite and release from pain. It suffers and abides in misery, peering about in limited awareness, not perceiving truly, yet certain of the danger lurking there. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? Comments?
No, it's good. I like limited awareness. I think that's a really good phrase.
Translation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's darkness. Well, what does that actually mean? It doesn't mean any dark, lack of light on the physical level. That's not what it means at all. It's just a pointer to a state of mind. That's all we're doing is using different pointers here. Okay. So you want to summarize number 2, and then we'll move on. What's he saying there?
The mind is always in fear because it's got this limited awareness. And if it understood the truth, if it perceived the truth, then they would realize there was no danger there.
Yeah. Fear seems to be justified by the external images on the screen. So without those images, if we didn't believe in those images, we couldn't fear at all. Fear wouldn't be possible. Okay, so number 3, let's ask Yad to read. Can you read number 3 for us?
I have to go shortly, actually. I didn't realise that. I'll read this.
No problem.
The unforgiving mind is torn with doubt, confused about itself and all it sees, afraid and angry, weak and blustering, afraid to go ahead, afraid to stay, afraid to waken or to go to sleep, afraid of every sound, yet more afraid of stillness, terrified of darkness, yet more terrified of the approach of light. What can the unforgiving mind perceive but its damnation? What can it behold except the proof that all its sins are real?
Okay. So anything need to be translated there, do you think?
I think so.
Well, we normally translate light. So the unforgiving mind is torn with doubt, confused about itself and all it sees, afraid and angry, weak and blustering, afraid to go ahead, afraid to stay, afraid to awaken or to go to sleep, afraid of every sound, yet terrified of darkness. So darkness and light, I think. So terrified of limited awareness. It's actually terrified of itself. That's the bizarre thing, really. If you put it like this, well, who's having the limited awareness? It is. If it's terrified of its own limited awareness. They're more terrified at the approach of light. So light is, probably not from this. So light is true awareness. Light is true awareness. More terrified at the approach of true awareness. What can the unforgiving mind perceive but its damnation? What can it behold except the proof that all its sins are real? I don't think any of that needs translating. So any thoughts on that before you go? Maybe a little summary of that.
Well, the unforgiving mind is basically stuck in its place, isn't it? And it's what you're saying about the cave, seeing the images in the cave are real, and that they doesn't want to let go of that. And it's a sort of self-perpetuating belief, isn't it? Because it doesn't want to let go.
Doesn't want to let go. Yet these images are terrifying. It's like, oh God, that's terrifying. And they're just images on a screen. But it doesn't want to let go of its belief in the images. because it's more scared of the true awareness, more terrified at the approach of true awareness. Doesn't want to be enlightened into true awareness. So it's really a bind. You just get stuck in this very
story.
Stuck in a story and in a hellish state, where we just bound by our own false beliefs and too afraid to let go of it and to go outside of that cave, the construct of the ego, even though it's terrifying.
That sounds like where my son is in his autistic state, where he's just locked in and he's too overwhelmed, too scared, too unable to actually let go.
And so he keeps himself in the prison because he's scared of the light approaching of true awareness. Even though that light is freedom. To the person who's attached to the dream and the cave, that light represents danger and a threat to their imagined reality, even though it's actually salvation from these crazy images that torment them. So it's just remembering, forgiveness is just remembering that actually the light is what we really want. And yes, the light will undo all the darkness. And the cave will be no more because you don't need it in true awareness. If you're in the sunshine, you recognize just how dysfunctional that reality really was. And you freed your mind. But it takes a lot of courage to turn around and actually walk out the cave. Say, okay, I'm actually leaving this. I'm walking into the sunlight, and leaving behind this reality that I've known my whole life. So the idea is we're born. Plato said, the prisoners are born in the cave. They're born with the chains fixed to the wall because we're born into bondage, and it takes then a lot of willpower, a lot of courage to undo that. And question it and turn around and leave the cave.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I do have to go because I've got an appointment. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate it. Really benefited from it. So
no, only a pleasure. Did you get my message by the way with the details? Did you sort out that? I haven't even checked. Did you sort that all out?
For the payment?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I did. I paid.
Perfect. Great.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll see you probably next Monday.
Yes. Okay.
Cool. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Namaste.
Lovely to see you.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to go as well. I'm going to go and play my illusionary job.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Thanks for joining. Cheers, Sally.
Bye.
See you tomorrow. Okay. So then there were two. We have the Finhorn now.
Hello?
Huh?
There you are.
Hello, darling. Sorry.
Where are you actually physically, Lucia?
I'm in Bristol.
In Bristol. Okay. Yeah. Staying at your daughter's house.
Yeah, I'm down here with family. I'll be at my mum and dad's as well, but I'm here for about another week or so.
Okay. Yeah, you said you were going to be in this. So you're not actually that far from Dorset.
I'm not that far from Dorset, and if I can find a way to get down to Dorset for a day, that would be great.
By all means.
Maybe say hello. That would be brilliant.
Yeah. That would be great. Maybe the weekend. Anyway, let me know if you can make it down here. It's only about an hour's drive or so. So I think you can probably catch a train from Bristol. Actually, I would imagine Gillingham's got a station.
You're near Gillingham.
Yes.
So you're near Osholila. That's so interesting.
Who's Osholila?
You don't know about Osholila, but you're near Osholila, which might be a good place to run the course at some point.
Okay. Who's Osholila? Or what's Osholila?
Osholila is a centre. It's an Osho centre, so it was designated for that reason, but it's actually more now a self-development centre. So they run lots of different programs, and it's a good retreat space. They have fantastic food, accommodation.
Okay. Where
I
where
would definitely,
where does it reside?
right near Gillingham. It's right. Is it Gillingham? Did you just say Gillingham? It's in
Yeah.
Gillingham.
It's
Yeah.
in Gillingham. Okay, interesting. I must check it out. Yeah, we're only about 3 miles from there. So yeah.
Well, my goodness, it would be brilliant.
Hmm.
I'm sure it would be brilliant. Yeah.
Hmm. Gillingham Dorset, not Gillingham Kent, because there's a Gillingham in Kent as
Gillingham,
well.
Dorset. That's
Gillingham
right. I know Gillingham well because I've
Dorset.
been going to Australia for years.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
we can have a chat about that.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So let's crack on with this, shall we? So the unforgiving mind. Number 4. Yeah.
We're doing
Wanna read
number
that?
4, aren't we?
Yeah, if you want to read that.
Yeah. The unforgiving mind sees mistakes, but only sins. It looks upon the world with sightless eyes and shrieks as it beholds its own projections rising to attack its miserable parody of life. It wants to live, yet wishes it were dead. It wants forgiveness, yet it sees no hope. It wants escape. Whoops. It just jumped off. Yet can conceive of none because it sees the sinful everywhere.
Okay, so does it need any translation? Do you think? I'm not sure it does.
Are we still using the word sins?
Yeah, we couldn't
Yeah.
there is actually no reasonable translation for that. So
No.
go with sin. Forgiveness we change. So we can change that. Forgiveness. Remember what forgiveness is?
What forgiveness? Is it at one minute?
No. Try again. Forgiveness is what do you do when you forgive? You are
let go.
exactly. Yeah. So it's the letting go. It wants letting go. Actually, in that context, it wants release. Works quite well, don't you think?
Yes.
So it wants release, yet it sees no hope. It wants escape, yet can conceive of none because it sees the sinful everywhere. I think that release works quite well.
Mm-hmm.
It wants to be released. Wants release. No, just release. I think that works.
Yeah.
Yet it sees no hope. Wants escape, yet can conceive of none because it sees the sinful everywhere. So every mind, even someone who's enslaved in the ego and really attached to these images, actually underneath that does want release, but has convinced itself that no release is possible because it's not willing to give up its belief in these images. Question at all. Anything else need a title size? It's one of those, call them the stick paragraphs. He's laying it on thick here. Only sins, sightless eyes, shrieks. You can just imagine if you made a movie of that. It'd be like these ghoulish figures, like shrieking and in darkness, and it doesn't really paint a good picture of it, does it?
Not really.
Wants to love, yet wishes it were dead. Wants released, yet it sees no hope. Wants escape, yet can conceive of none because it sees the sinful everywhere. So the ego is addicted to the idea of sin. It's addicted to the idea of past, and that its sins and everyone else's sins are real and inescapable, and so there is no hope. We're doomed to be sinners forever, ultimately to suffer and die. Not a very happy reality at all. And he's saying, forgiveness is your only way out of this. Okay, so happy with number 4. Number 5, Iona.
The unforgiving mind is in despair without the prospect of a future which can offer anything but more despair. Yet it regards its judgment of the world as irreversible and does not see it has condemned itself to this despair. It thinks it cannot change, for what it sees bears witness that its judgment is correct. It does not ask because it thinks it knows. It does not question, certain it is right. I know that feeling.
I'm miserable, but I'm right.
Me too.
Oh my God. Sandy used to say, okay, do you want to be right or do you want to be happy?
Yeah. And that's so true, and yet we still do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I want to be right. I am so right. Yeah.
I'm so right, even though I'm miserable.
Yep. I am miserably right.
Yeah. It sounds insane when you put it that way, but this is actually the choice. Do I want to be right or do I want to be happy?
Yeah.
So I can't have both. If I want to be right about my delusion, then happiness is going to always be elusive. I'm never going to find it. Only if I'm willing to say, well, actually, I'm not right. I've been completely wrong. Since the moment of my birth, I've been completely wrong. Because this is a dream world I put myself into. I have a fundamental perceptual problem here. From birth, I've had that problem. So this is where Yeshua is asking us to take it to, and recognize that the entire construct of the world and my experience of it as a seeming human being within it is wrong. It's false. I've been wrong since the day I was born. And actually, if this is my however many lifetime, I might have had 100 of these lifetimes or more. I've been wrong for a long, long time.
Very long time.
Very long time.
Yeah.
So now it's time to recognize that I'm actually, it's all I'm just completely wrong. None of it's true, none of it's right, and I'm willing to just let my mind be completely corrected and healed. So thank God the entire nightmare is now can be undone. Because really, if you look at it honestly, what this world of time and space is, and the human existence, it's a nightmare. It's terrible.
Just for some reassurance, I'm still fairly appalled at myself.
Yes.
How long is this going to take? Because I hear you telling people about your 15, 16-year journey.
Yeah.
And the real study that you've put into it. And I do see, after 5 months, there's been very big shifts, not a huge, all 360-degree shift, but shifts that will, I hope, begin to join together. But I'm still, falling into elephant traps. But I do. I was trying to explain this morning to somebody what I was doing and what this was all about. It was a very good exercise, actually, to try to explain to somebody for whom this is really new. And this kind of mind training. It was a fairly good stab at it, just the remembering about who we are. But anyway, I've gone a bit off piece. My original question was pertaining to this: the unforgiving mind is in despair without the prospect of a future, which can offer anything but more despair. Sometimes I just sigh at myself and say, oh my God, really? Again? You feel like this? Again? It was only last Tuesday that you felt like this.
Yeah. So it cycles back, you see.
Yeah.
So you were a few days ago saying, oh, I'm feeling really good, really happy. And then the ego comes back, that's how it goes. It vacillates, and then you go back into ego and say, okay, so another ego drama arises. But that's why it's a hero's journey, because if it was all smooth sailing, it was just like, oh, okay, well, I just got it, and I woke up and it's all done. Well, it would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Just be like, okay, we'll just do it one time, and there we go, done deal. Occasionally it does happen. People like Eckhart Tolle, I'm sure he still had realizations and learning after that, but there was a major profound shift. Ramana Maharshi, oh my God, I mean, he is at the age of 16. he gets it in a few minutes and wakes, and that's it. Ego's gone, and he just like lives in a state of moksha, of bliss, pretty
Yeah.
much for the rest of his life.
I don't want to have insects eating my legs and me not noticing, you know.
Yeah, well, that's probably not going to be likely, fortunately. Or unfortunately. He would go, well, I was in bliss anyway, so who cares?
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
what happens to the body is of no consequence if you're in that state. He's in a super conscious state of bliss all of the time. So if he's he's not even feeling his legs being eaten away by insects. But yeah, it's not normal. You know, it's not the conventional. So that's probably not your path, and it's probably not the path for most people. He was almost certainly, that was karma. That was many lifetimes. You know, he'd probably been some kind of enlightened guru in a previous life, and he just came back and was like, okay, you know, one more lesson, and he's there and he gets it. You know, that's probably the explanation for that. Although who really knows? We can't really explain these things. One doesn't know. That was his particular journey. For most of us mere mortals, it's like, okay, you have an insight, and then, you know, you cycle back, and the ego comes back with a vengeance, and then you got to go deeper. And so this was a path designed for that, you know, for us, you know, so-called strugglers, the ones who don't get it very quickly, and is the majority of people. The majority of people don't wake up overnight. It's a process. How long is it going to take? Well, you know the answer to that. It's going to take as long as you want it to, ultimately. If you were fully ready to let go now, then that would be it. But there's still resistance there. So how long does it take to undo that resistance is the question. Well, probably the rest of your life. You know, this is you're in it for the rest of your life. This becomes, and then the question becomes superfluous. You know, how long is it going to take? Well, so what? Who cares? There's no time. I'm doing it moment by moment. That's all that's relevant. Am I living in a forgiving way right now? Am I letting go right now? That's all that's relevant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it unfolds in a timeless way. Yeah, okay, so I'm doing this. This is the way I choose to live my life, moment by moment. So I'm forgiving just as my kind of default mode of operating. And in doing that, I find a happiness and a peace that I will never find in the ego. And then when finally I lay my body aside, it doesn't really matter because I'm happy anyway. I'm happy in a body. I'm happy not in a body. It doesn't really make a difference. Ultimately, you know, it's the idea of getting it over with. Well, who wants to get it over with? That can only be the ego in a time-bound consciousness. Actually, if you're really free and in the eternal state of mind, it's like it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm temporarily informed, but that doesn't really matter because my mind is rooted in beingness, and whether I'm corporeal or incorporeal really doesn't matter too much. So when Ramana was finally laying his body aside, all his disciples are getting sad. He says, "Why are you getting sad? I'm not going anywhere. I'm still I'm just not going to have a body, but who I am doesn't change at all. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here. It just, you know, we attach to the body form of things. So just watch that. You know, the one of the dangers of the ego is it tries to shortcut the whole process and go, oh, we'll just get it over with it. And then you might have like a thought of suicide. You know, its idea is, oh, we'll just get it all over. It's all an illusion anyway. So just do yourself in. But that's actually a deception, because if you do yourself in form before you've fully awakened, then guess what? Back you come into the illusion, because the idea of separation and being a separate self is still there in your mind. So, you know, use this. You have a golden opportunity here. You know, you still in your late 50s, and you still have maybe 30 years of life, maybe 40, who knows, to really go, okay, let's get this job done and just really undo this. And that's going to be daily practice of this. You know, you still have the tests and the challenges, but you just get a lot better at dealing with them. And if you've only really, I mean, you have been on a spiritual path for a long time, but this is like another level of it, isn't it? 5 months is not a long time.
No, it's not.
Really.
You're right. And Guilt is a huge part of ego, isn't it? And the letting go guilt, forgiving myself for what I've said and done is part of the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forgive yourself for your lapses, because part of this is that you're not always going to be perfect.
No.
And the ego does come back in with a vengeance, and you do have these vacillations, and you might find yourself acting in ways that you go like, what was I saying, what was I doing in that moment? But the ego took over, and you go, okay, well, yeah, it got me in that instant, but I don't need to feel guilty, because it's over. It's just moment by moment. Am I aware enough to stay in the spirit?
Okay.
That's all forgiveness is saying. Just, if you were an ego, just drop it and come into your right mind, and then there's no need to feel guilty, because you're in your right mind again. And whatever was done in the wrong mind is of no consequence. So just, don't give it any space in your mind, because that just perpetuates the wrong-mindedness in your mind.
True.
So yeah, it's the self-forgiveness, letting go, really, to translate into our language. Just let go very quickly of any negativity, any self-judgment, any blame. Oh, you got it wrong again, Iona. Look, then you beat yourself up. You self-blame, and that's just the ego trying to take charge again.
Yes.
Tell you you're a little victim and you're a little self, and forget this, Iona. You're never going to get this. Just and then you go into despair, because I'm never going to get this, and how long is this going to take? And actually, all of that is just ego defense against the undoing, the inevitable undoing of it. It is going to be inevitably undone if you carry on this path. So all you've got to do is say, okay, well, I'm in this for the long haul. How long it takes, I don't know. But every day I get up and I do my practice.
Yeah.
And I'm working with the course, and then I'm doing what I should do.
Yeah.
Very simple. And the process is then that the Holy Spirit is in charge, and it will take as long as it takes. I'm not really in charge of that. And you'll get insights and awakenings along the way to help you. And you go out of the, you can't apply egoic consciousness to awakening, can you?
No.
You can't go, oh, well, when is it going to happen by? I mean, that's an ego thought. Time-based, limited thought, limited awareness. When's it going to happen by? Oh, well, like enlightenment is some kind of goal, which I can then go, well, by X time, then I should achieve that goal. You can't apply the same egoic consciousness of time-based thinking to something that's taking you out of time. So just be aware of that, and it's all just tricks. You're learning as you do this and you advance. You start to learn the ego's ways. You go, okay, just another. All right, I see it. Okay, it's not really true. It's not really real. So let it go. And you just get better at doing that. 16 years ago, I was clueless. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing, really. But that's how it starts. You start, totally clueless, and then you realize how clueless you are, and you just become a bit more vigilant of the ego strategies, so that you see them quicker and you just don't get sucked in by them, and you're able to just let them go much more quickly than you were before. You weren't even aware that they were strategies. That this is what the ego is doing. You had no awareness, so the ego was by definition in charge. Now you're at least coming into that awareness of, okay, there's another awareness, and I can bring that into every situation. But that doesn't mean the ego's just given up. In fact, it's got to get even more cunning. So the game's just gone up, because now there's more awareness. So it's got to try and get you in another way that you're not aware of.
Yeah.
You see? But that's all perfect, because then it reveals itself in doing that. Oh, it's just revealed another card in its deck, another sleight of hand that it uses, and you see that, and then you forgive it, and you oh, okay, I see that one too. Okay, you got me temporarily, but not for long, because if you keep doing this work, it can't get you for long, because there'll be a correction that's going to come along with the lesson or one of these sessions to correct that delusion and show you that it was false. And then it reveals itself, and now it's another trick that you've got it, and you go, okay, well, I got you there, so now I know that trick. So you are systematically outsmarting the ego The Holy Spirit is teaching you how to become aware of all of its tricks and devices, and just don't buy any of it. And eventually, you're just like, okay, whatever you try, I don't believe it. Then you're in that invulnerable state. But it takes a lot of mind training to get there. And you got to, there's no shortcuts. You got to go through the process, which is, what you're doing by practicing this course and following this program. So all I can say is well done. You're doing it. So don't say I think you have a tendency to beat yourself up.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not doing it right. But actually, you are doing it. You've done a remarkable job in 5 months. By spending the hours on the program and being disciplined in the way you're doing it. You're actually doing what you should do.
Thank you.
And the ego is trying to tell you, no, you're getting it all wrong. But that's not the case. You actually, in 5 months, remarkable amount of shift and transformation. Really, and I've seen it. It's unusual that people shift. Some people shift like nothing in their whole life. Like they really make no spiritual progress at all in their entire life. So you in 5 months have gone, okay, whoa, just like major radical shifts. And then you're saying, like yesterday, you were saying, well, I had that holy instant of like really seeing, experiencing the oneness. I mean, that's showing you really are making progress.
Yeah, that was a blinder, but the funny thing was I didn't recognize it until I told you.
No. Maybe do you want to share that? It'll only take a minute or two. Just share the experience with Lucy. I'm sure she'd be fascinated.
Mm-hmm.
I was early Saturday morning and I went for a swim, and it was absolutely fabulous. It was incredibly cold, but I was in and out the water and running around the beach. And actually what I do remember was the sun was so blinding, and the little wave were coming in over the sand, and it looked like a double helix, the pattern on the sand of the wave. And I was thinking about this, well, I wasn't thinking, but I could see this double helix. And then I got dressed and I warmed up in the sun with my hood up, and then I could see the vastness and feel the vastness of everything. And the experience of me, tiny little me, being like a little grub or a speck in a petri dish, being poked and prodded and like tweezered and needled. And talking with Jono last night, he was able to show me, of course, that the little grub in the petri dish is the ego. It's not me, it's the ego being poked and tweezed and tortured. And I had this glimpse of just this enormous
reality. What can you call it? It's a presence or a reality that's beyond anything your ego mind can conceive of.
Yeah.
So that's a mystic experience there. That's a peak experience in Maslow's terms, a mystic experience, a holy instant, whatever you want to call it, a moment of satori, where the veil just opens and you see there's a crack in the illusion, and you see into the truth.
Yeah.
You in that moment you have an experiential knowing of a reality beyond time and space that is so infinite and vast you can't even comprehend it with your intellectual mind. The ego is at a loss, and so then what it does, it comes back and says, oh well, you're just a little grub in a petri dish, and takes you into fear by comparison. But actually you're not the grub in the petri dish. The grub in the petri dish doesn't even exist. In fact, only that infinite spacious awareness exists. So that's the truth of who you are. So some people wait a lifetime to have an experience like that. You're having an experience like that after 5 months. Well, who knows what else might be around the corner? You just don't know. More experiences, like more revelations, and not that you crave them, but you just you're open to them. You're like, okay, well, whatever whatever needs to happen for my awakening, let that happen. And I'm open to whatever experiences unfold for me. And then life's kind of quite an interesting journey. Okay, so the rest of your life can actually be quite engaging and interesting as you experience this awakening of this seeming separate entity called Iona into the truth of who she really is. And you go along for the journey, and you observe all that, and you experience it all, and that's the best you can do as a human, is to have that experience. That's the highest calling. That's the hero's journey. There's nothing else that's higher. And there's no other experience that's going to satisfy you like that experience will satisfy you, because you are returning home, and that's why you came. And then as that plays out in form, you can lead a pretty amazing life. The happy dream can be pretty extraordinary. What can unfold through you if you really let go and you allow that infinite presence to just direct things, without the grub consciousness. So just think of egos, it's a little grub, and the irony of it is doing it to itself. Who's poking and prodding it? There's no God who's doing it to you or other force. It's yourself doing it to you, poking and prodding, and okay, well let's see what happens if we entertain that delusion. And then we experience some more pain. But who's doing that to you? You doing it to you. That's only your belief in the grub consciousness of the ego that's doing it. And then you get the infinite spacious awareness as the contrast. It's like, well, why would you choose that when you could have this infinite spacious awareness? Doesn't make any sense to choose that anymore. And so the experience just shows you experientially what you understand intellectually. Like that experience you'll remember for the rest of your life. Use it as a reference point. Even if you never have another experience like that, that one glimpse, that holy instant is enough to show you something else than the ego and this world. And you can't really doubt it anymore because you had the experience. What was that you experienced? There was something there.
Well, my gratitude to you for helping me unpack that.
Only a pleasure. It's really just the spirit doing it through me. That's why I'm here. Okay, so number 6. Forgiveness is acquired. I think it's Lucy.
Forgiveness is acquired. It is not inherent in the mind, which cannot sin. As sin is an idea you taught yourself, forgiveness must be learnt by you as well, but from a teacher other than yourself, who represents the other self in you. Through him, you learn how to forgive the self you think you made and let it disappear. Thus, you return your mind as one to him who is yourself and who can never sin.
Okay, it's a little bit of translation there.
Forgiveness is acquired.
So
it is not
to letting go.
Letting go.
Letting go is learned. How about that instead of acquired?
Yeah.
Letting go is.
Letting go is learned. It is not inherent in the mind, which cannot sin.
Okay.
As sin is an idea you taught yourself, forgiveness or letting go must be learned by you as well, but from a teacher other than yourself. Who represents the other self in you. Through him, or through her, or through them.
Through it.
It.
So it is the teacher. Through it, the teacher, the presence.
You learn how to forget, how to let go the self you think you made. And let it disappear. Thus, you return your mind as one to it, who is yourself. and who can never sin.
Let's just take. I don't know why is it to as one to yourself, your true self, maybe. To your, as one to your true self. You can never sin. You don't need the end there. You want to change who, I don't know, who, it. From a teacher other than yourself. Which or who? What do you think?
Who I would
Think who?
As you turn your mind as one to your true self, who can never sin. Yeah, because who is you, isn't it?
One to your true self, who can never sin. Okay, so you want to read that through again?
Letting go is learnt. It is not inherent in the mind, which cannot sin. As sin is an idea you taught yourself, letting go must be learnt by you as well, from a teacher other than yourself, who represents the other self in you. Through it, you learn how to let go of the self you think you made and let it disappear. Thus, you return your mind as one to your true self. You can never sin.
Okay, you want to summarize that?
Yeah, so you created your sinful mind, the idea of sin in your mind, yourself, you learnt it. And so the adjustment cannot come from that place. You need the teacher who bears the wisdom of the other way, the letting go way. The teacher of presence, the letting go teacher, who will enable you to make the readjustment to your perception that was a false perception all along. And therefore you can release the self that you made before, that you taught yourself before, that you learned before, which was a sinful self. You can let that go and let it drop. Just let it drop. And then your mind will come back to the true self who can never sin. So your original self, which is sinless.
Yeah,
and I know for me in my life, so I've had quite a number of intense spiritual teachers over the course of my life, and I know what you were saying earlier about doing the lessons. I feel, particularly with my Sufi teacher, I feel I would get to a certain point and feel, yeah, I can hold this, and then somehow the ego would cut back in again. You do have to be so vigilant, I think, with that learnt sin, that learnt idea, because it's mirrored all around until you can really replace it with the one that's mirrored, the true self that's mirrored all around. And so it's that vacillating, as you call it, or that oscillating between. And I think there's something to be said for the teacher or the presence or the, what you choose to have that represents that in your life as a consistent agent of change, of coming back to the true self, I think it was Eckhart Tolle. I remember years ago hearing, he said, you have abiding awakening and you have non-abiding awakening. And he said, most of us are non-abiding, we kind of, we go like, wow, we get it for a while. And then it's like, whoa, okay, what happened to that then? And then, you get it again and I'm here. That's why I posted that fantastic Sufi poem, because it's like, what's it called, 10,000 idiots. So basically, when you're on the path and you think you're getting it, beware, because that's when the ego is saying, you're getting it, you're really good at this.
Yeah.
And then I've been in that slam dunk position so many times. It's like, oh my God, I've got it. And I feel like I go back into my life and I've got it for a while, and then it just, something will catch me out. Just something. It's like, can I read that poem? Because I love it. It's one of my
Yeah, absolutely. Can you see it?
10,000 Idiots by Hafiz, the 14th century mystic, Sufi mystic. It is always a danger to aspirants on the path when they begin to believe and act as if 10,000 idiots who so long ruled and lived inside have all packed their bags and skipped town or died. I love that poem. It's for me, that poem just brings me right back to, oh yeah, I'm still a beginner, or I have to be vigilant. It's the kind of spiritual vigilance.
Yeah.
Rather than an egoic vigilance is different, but it is sort of keeping your eye on the ball somehow. Like
10,000 idiots. I love that.
I love that. I know. It's like all the egos are just 10,000 idiots and they've gone. I'm enlightened.
Yeah. And then guess what? Another idiot comes back. And you go, oh, how could I be? That's kind of good little analogy, really. So you've got all these idiots, because the ego is just it's a belief system. It's got many facets and many heads. And those are the 10,000 idiots he's talking about. It's actually one idea, but it plays out as 10,000 different facets of idiocy, and it's to get wise to the idiocy of it. To not be sucked in, because the ego is trying to tell you that the idiocy is true and real, and sanity, and it's to recognize, like, okay, this is just another form of idiocy or lunacy, and I'm just not going to believe it at all. And experientially, that often only happens when the idiot comes to town and starts speaking its idiotic lies for a while, and you get taken in. And then only through the experience of, like, okay, well, hang on, I got taken in again, and I got sucked into the dream, and then it's revealed that it was actually an idiot. I've been an idiot. That you then realize, okay, well, that's another facet of this idiocy of the ego. And then you don't beat yourself up. You go, oh, well, actually, that's good. I got another idiot. I've seen another idiot playing out, and I see it, and I'm not going to be fooled by that idiot again. So this is our journeys. This is to really rumble the 10,000 idiots. If you want to put it in Hafiz's terms, we're rumbling the 10,000 idiots. Well, if there's 10,000 of them, that might take a while.
Yeah.
You might not rumble all the idiots in one day. It might one day. Well, that's 10,000 days. Well, that's there you've got 30 years of spiritual practice. Right there, if you can do one a day. So that's quite a nice analogy, and I can see why I used it, because the danger is, I'm about yad and say, oh no, I'm nearly there. I'm about to get it. Well, is that the case really, or is it? Yeah, I mean, you're on the journey, but there's a lifetime really. We're here for the long haul. I think this is part of the discipline of the course. It's saying, okay, I'm signing up to this for the rest of my life. I'm just going to do this process, and I'm in it for the long haul, and I'm going to be patient and persistent with this, and disciplined, in my approach. I'm not a one-hit wonder. I'm here for the long haul, and I'll just do the process. I'll do it come rain or shine. I'll do it in good weather and bad weather. I'll do it whatever. I'll just do this process. And it's that kind of persistence that's ultimately going to pay off, rather than like, oh no, I want enlightenment quickly. It's more like, okay, I'm just going to I'm going to really persevere with this. I can dig, grit my teeth and do this process daily, and accept whatever challenges come along, because there are going to be continuous challenges if you're on this path. But you're either going to get challenged in the good way by these challenges, and you're going in the right direction, or you get challenged by the ego and there's seemingly no hope. It's a despairing, because in that thought system there's no way out. So pick your form of pain. I'd say pick your discomfort. Are you going to have the discomfort of awakening, or are you going to have the long-term pain and suffering of believing in the ego and trying to make that thought system work? Because those are your choices. Okay, so thanks for reading that. I think it was useful. Definitely worth bearing in mind. Okay, so where are we? Number 7, each unforgiving mind, and it is, I think it's Iona.
Each unforgiving mind presents you with an opportunity to teach your own how to forgive itself. Each one awaits release from hell through you and turns to you imploringly for heaven here and now. It has no hope, but you become its hope, and as its hope, you become your own. The unforgiving mind must learn through your forgiveness that it has been saved from hell, and as you teach salvation, you will learn. Yet all your teaching and your learning will be not of you, but of the teacher who was given you to show the way to you. Oh, this is great, because then I get to translate hell into victimhood. Remember last night I said I'd never been asked to do that, and I get to do it twice again.
Yes.
Which I like. I like that, because that makes so much sense. I'm just looking at a robin sitting really close. Wow. Wow. Okay, each unlet go mind.
I think we got to keep unforgiving. I'm not sure. Okay. We have to invent a new word.
Each chained mind, each unforgiving mind.
Well, unforgiving is really stubborn, isn't it? But
yeah.
Each unforgiving mind. But I'm not sure stubborn is a better translation. Each stubborn mind.
Yeah, I like that. That's how it feels to me when it's like that.
What, stubborn?
Yeah.
So you want to translate.
The thing is, I bloody well know better. That's why it is stubborn, because I know better.
Yeah.
It's just going, no.
Yeah.
Got to be right. Yeah.
Each stubborn mind.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Each stubborn mind presents you with an opportunity to teach your own how to forgive itself, how to let go of itself.
Teach your own how to let go of itself. Yeah, it kind of works.
Now, I'm not telling tales out of school, but Kenneth describes himself as stubborn.
Okay.
Yeah, and right now he is stubbornly in a funk, even though I said, this is not you, let it go, don't be in misery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well,
this is the ego. It's doesn't want to come out of its stubborn belief that it's right, even though it's miserable.
Yeah.
So teach your own to let go of. Do you want to say itself, or it's to let go of its
stubbornness?
Let go of its
belief in separation, or
it's false self.
It's false self-concept. That's really what it is.
Yeah. What was the original word there?
To forgive itself. Teach you an opportunity to teach your own how to forgive itself. So we could just say let go of itself if you want, or we could say it's false self-concept.
Yeah, I think false self-concept's pretty good, isn't it?
Because the mind remains. Ultimately, the mind is eternal, but it's the delusion of the false self that's the what's being let
Yeah.
go.
Oh, each one awaits release from victimhood through you and turns to you imploringly for heaven.
And so the beauty of this, Iona, is how do you help anyone who's in victimhood unless you know the state yourself?
Mm.
See? So if you've really done victimhood, it sounds like you've had a fair go at it in this life. Then,
I've got a degree.
yeah, well, there you go. So, but then that's all perfect because then you understand it.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then I
you've
went on to
experienced
study
it.
a PhD. Yes, exactly.
It's like the alcoholic. You know, you can only help another alcoholic if you've been an alcoholic, because then you understand. So the victimhood, you know, and that's really everyone's program. On some level, everyone is believing they're a victim
Yeah.
of the world. Some just play it out, you know, more strongly in the victim identity. Others play out the victim in grandiosity. So they like try and be the you know the grandiosity in response to the littleness of victimhood is just more victimhood, really, because you're actually just trying to counter the idea that you're a victim by pretending that you know you're so grand. So underneath, say, a Donald Trump, because that's, you know, the obvious kind of grandiose example in this world, beneath that there is a victim.
Yes, very much.
And then you see when he doesn't get his way, like he loses the election, he reverts to victimhood, doesn't he? Oh, poor me, you know, how could this happen? I've been hardly done by. And he's sulking, throwing his toys out the cot and sulking, because actually the victim underlies all of that grandiosity.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's all part of your journey. You've done victimhood. Now you come to an awareness that victimhood is not who you are. It's not what you want to play, the game you want to play anymore. And you can be helpful to other people who still believe in that, indulge in that victimhood, because you go, well, you know, I've been there. I know the story. I've done it for years and years.
Yeah.
So I can speak to you with compassion and understanding, but not sympathy. It's like, no, but ultimately, you know, you can help the person to undo that because you've been through that process yourself. The only way out of victimhood is you've got to decide you don't want to be a victim anymore. It's as simple as that. So
that's that references the teacher, doesn't it? Earlier in the one before, the mirror, and that having experienced something,
yeah,
you then become qualified, you could say, to
yeah, and this is how it works. You know, your life path. You teach out of your own dysfunction. You teach from that place.
Yeah.
But you have to have transcended the dysfunction before you can start teaching.
Yeah.
Now, the alcoholic can't start becoming a teacher and helpful until they've overcome their alcoholism.
Quite so.
That was part of the thing. So, you know, if you're overcoming your victimhood, then you know, you're qualified to teach. It doesn't mean that it's never going to have a go again and come back and try and convince you, but you are actively in a process of saying, yeah, I'm done with this. My attention is firm. I'm not going to waver. I'm on the right track. It might come. It's going to try its thing, but you know, I've decided that I'm done with that, and you know, I'm accepting only the higher self now. Then you're in a position to teach because you've made a decision that a lot of people haven't made. They're still indulging the ego and believing in it all the time. And you know, the fact that you're still here, sitting on your sacred sofa 5 months later, listening to me waffle on, means that you are obviously open to the undoing. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here. You would have gone a long time ago, no, this isn't for me. You know, I prefer the seeming comfort of my victimhood, and this process, whatever, isn't working for me, so I'm going to abandon it. But there's something in you saying, no, it actually is. I know this is the way, and so, you know, I need to persist. And you know, you're still there at 12 o'clock yesterday, because we went until midnight to get the insight. You know, the insight came right at the end of that session.
7 minutes to 12.
Yeah, you remember the times. Like, oh wow, okay, suddenly.
Yeah.
So you know, you committed, and just keep at it, and the victim has to go. Doesn't mean it's not going to do its best to convince you, but its days are numbered, that's for sure. So each one awaits release from victimhood through you, turns to you imploringly for heaven.
Awareness,
Now.
true awareness.
Well, remember, heaven is the state of
Your
pure
state
formless
of
awareness.
pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
Here and now.
Because that's actually what everyone's wanting.
It is.
Everyone's
that-
crying for that state. They want freedom, but they do it in ways that don't seem like it. They'll do it in a way where, as you said, Kenneth's in an ego fuck. That's a cry for love. It's like, I want the truth, but I'm not ready to let go yet. So I'm in a bind. I want it, but I'm stubbornly holding on to my ego. And then you can only be compassionate because you've been there. We've all been there.
Yeah.
I really want release, but I'm not actually willing to release myself. Then as a miracle worker, you can be helpful and really try and help them to come out of that.
Yeah. It has no hope, but you become its hope. And as its hope, do you become your own? The unforgiving mind, the stubborn mind must learn through your letting go. That it has been saved from victimhood.
Yeah. So if you let go and you forgive that person, then you become an example of someone who can do this. That you can actually let go of the ego.
Yeah.
That has been saved from hell. It has been
awakened from victimhood. Better.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. As you teach awakening, you will learn. Yet all your teaching, your learning will be not of you, but of the teacher who has given you to show the way to you. Right.
Hello.
Change that around. Will not be of you.
That's a bit great.
Thank you. Come and say hello. Can I just very quickly introduce you
Oh, hello.
to my grandson, Sammy Boy, and
Hello.
this is my gorgeous girl who we practice
Hello.
constant forgiveness with each other.
Hello.
Daughter,
Have we met? Did we meet? We met online. Or not?
Have you met John already?
I recognise you actually.
Did we do a session one night? I think you might have joined when you were in Cornwall or something, or Devon.
Yes.
Ah, you were kind of in the background. Did you? No, Chloe came for the session. Rosie was with the kids at the time.
Okay.
And this is my very close friend Iona in Finton.
Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Rosie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've got to run because I'm late to pick my daughter up from nursery.
That's okay.
Oh, thank you for bringing your beautiful boy. Hello.
Yeah, he's a gorgeous
Hello.
boy.
He's gorgeous. He'll be a miracle. He's actually a
Yeah,
miracle.
he's starting young, eh?
Yeah, he is a miracle worker. He's not conditioned.
Yes.
He's a miracle worker.
Well, that's funny. I was listening to Eckhart Tolle this
Right.
morning, and he's talking about, well, you can look into the eyes of a baby and you can get the presence.
Definitely.
Because the baby, how old is he? 6 months or something?
6 months, yeah.
So he's 6 months. He hasn't started to judge yet.
No,
See?
that's right.
The judgmental faculty is not there yet. So what you see then is just pure formless awareness. There's a presence. There's
Exactly.
an awareness coming through, but there's no judgmental mind. The ego hasn't developed yet. It's going to come, of course. You know that's unfortunately you'll have to come out of that state. But right now he's just in awareness, and he looks at you, and you go, "There's just awareness looking at me that's pure."
Oh my God, it's so pure.
I remember seeing my son also, and he's looking at you, and you just see this pure awareness coming through.
Yeah.
Before the ego's developed, It's just awareness in its pure form, and it's
Yes.
quite beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And then he's got to go through his whole life of the ego and developing ego and then undoing it, and that's just how it goes. That's the journey. So you're starting young with teaching.
Starting young.
So his granny, I got a friend who's a grandmother to a number of kids, and they absolutely love her. She's a Course in Miracles student. They absolutely love her because she just gives them insight and guidance that they don't get from anyone else.
Yeah.
It's true. My relationship with my 3-year-old granddaughter as well is so close.
Yeah.
And there's, even at the age of 3, there's a quality of, there's just a quality of attention that I can give.
Yeah.
That she responds to, and I'm so happy that I can be in their lives and be a student of presence and be able to.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's so lovely that we can both be here together.
That's wonderful, Lucy.
Yeah. Okay, so are we done with all your teaching and learning will not be of you, but the teacher was given you to show you the way to you. Happy with that? Do we need any translation?
But of the teacher who shows you the way.
Yeah. No.
Is that twisting the original translation? It just seems a little wordy.
Yeah.
But of the teacher who is given you to show the way to you.
Come from the teacher. He was given you to show the way to you. From the teacher, who will show you the way. How about that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, he agrees. Samuel agrees.
Okay, he will show you the way.
Nice.
We show you the way.
I like that better. Shall I read that paragraph again? It's lovely.
Yeah.
Each stubborn mind presents you with an opportunity to teach your own how to let go of its false self-concept. Each one awaits release from victimhood through you and turns to you imploringly for the state of pure formless awareness, here and now. It has no hope but you, because it has no hope, but you become its hope. And as its hope, do you become your own? The stubborn mind must learn through your letting go that it has been awakened from victimhood. And as you teach awakening, you will learn. Yet all your teaching and all your learning will not be of you, but will come from the teacher who will show you the way. Nice.
Yeah, I think that's the last sentence more direct.
Yes.
It was given you to show the way to you. Too many yous.
Yes.
It will show you the way.
Might get lost on the way there. Yes. Too many yous.
Okay, so moving swiftly on, we're getting to this. This is quite a long one. We're back into longer form lessons after the review. Today we practiced learning to forgive. So Lucy, can you read while you...
Today we practice learning to forgive. If you are willing, you can learn today to take the key to happiness and use it on your own behalf. We will devote 10 minutes in the morning and at night, another 10 to learning how to give forgiveness and receive forgiveness too. Yeah.
Okay, so we need to give it a translation there.
So there's a lot of forgivenesses there. So the letting go. Today we will practice learning to let go.
Yeah.
If you are willing, you can learn today to take the key to happiness. To take the key to happiness. and use it on your own behalf. We will devote 10 minutes in the morning and at night another 10 to learning how to give, letting go, no, to let go and, oh, that's quite an interesting sentence. To learn how to forgive forgiveness and receive forgiveness too.
Yeah.
So to learn how to,
To
receiving
let go ourselves. To let go ourselves and
to let go ourselves and
do you like that? How to let go ourselves and be let go of too.
yeah, I like that. And be let go of. Yeah, that's nice.
Or be released, maybe.
Or be released. Yeah, be released is nice.
Yeah.
And be released. So if I read that again, today we practice learning to let go. If you are willing, you can learn today to take the key to happiness and use it on your own behalf. We will devote 10 minutes in the morning and at night another 10 to learning how to let go ourselves and be released too. To let go ourselves.
Learn ourselves how to let go
Do you like that?
and be released too, maybe, and also.
And also be released. Yeah. It's better.
To give forgiveness and receive forgiveness, also be released. Maybe the implication is by others, isn't it?
Others. Yeah.
Also be released by others.
Receive forgiveness. Yeah.
That's what he really means. Receive forgiveness too. Give forgiveness and receive forgiveness. Is he referring, receiving forgiveness? Is he just referring to your own giving and receiving of forgiveness? How to let go. And so another way of interpreting that would be how to let go and experience the benefits of letting go. Receive forgiveness too.
Yes, that's better.
Also be released by others.
But I like also being released by others. Yeah. What did you say again? To learn how to let go and what? And
experience the benefits of letting go.
And experience the benefits.
So that's receiving forgiveness. I forgive and I receive. So does he mean receive forgiveness from others? Or does he mean you're receiving the benefits of your forgiveness? So when you let go, you receive forgiveness. You receive the peace. It's going to be released by others. What do you think, Aina? Let's ask Aina.
Yeah, here I am. I was hearing it as receiving the benefits of teaching letting go.
So you think it should be translated as a benefits rather than be released by others?
What do you think? Benefits?
Should we ask the oracle?
We ask the oracle, yeah. What do you think?
Is it baby benefits?
He's so beautifully wordless. He's not interested in the words, is he?
No. What's the energy, Lucy?
The energy is just pure love, pure formless awareness. Nothing more to be said, really.
Yeah, amazing. And also experience it's
10 minutes in the morning and learning how to let go and also experience
the benefit of letting go.
Yes, exactly.
Because I think that's what he means, actually. Do you think?
I do too.
Receive forgiveness. He's not talking about other people forgiving you. He's talking about receiving the benefits of letting go.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go with that interpretation. Also experience the benefits of letting go. And experience the benefits of letting go. Letting go too. What do you think? Should we keep the two at the end?
The
I
two
don't think,
could
I don't
say,
think it needs a comma, doesn't it? Does it need a comma there? Experience the benefits of letting go too. You put a comma there.
No, doesn't need a comma.
I don't think so.
Let it go to.
Yeah. Okay. So happy with that? Any comments on that?
Benefits.
And then one more, and then we'll go into some practice. So number 9.
the
What's that?
toothbrush.
Yeah.
The unforgiving mind does not believe that giving and receiving are the same.
So
Okay,
do you want to change that to the stubborn mind?
have a stubborn mind. Stubborn mind does not believe that giving and receiving are the same. Yet we will try to learn today that they are one through practicing forgiveness, through practicing letting go toward one whom you think of as an enemy and one whom you consider as a friend. Okay? Oh, I don't feel I have any enemies.
Oh, that makes sense. Because if you can forgive also, like the kind of golden shadow, I guess. Is that what he's pointing to? That somehow, you think of the friend as the one who it kind of works with, and yet in order for you to take the whole polarity and kind of dissolve it, you need to also forgive the one that's the friend. Oh, you're my friend, but you're not.
Yeah, they're all the same. Yeah,
It's
truth.
letting go of the special relationship, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're learning then that it's all the same. Your attitude to everyone should be one of unconditional love.
Yes.
That's it. There's no variation in that. Whether you think of them as a friend or as an enemy or someone you're indifferent to, it's all the same because it's one awareness that you're connecting with. They are the same as you.
You're the same as me.
No.
You're the same as me.
Yeah.
I was excited by that.
Yeah. You're the same as me. It works. I'm just going to drip feed him little.
Yeah, and then he's like, wow, that's amazing.
I know.
And as you learn to see them both as one, we will extend the lesson to yourself, and you see that their escape included yours. This is brilliant.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's so neat. It's just a perfect closed system.
Yeah, it's the Holy Spirit's thought system is really very neat is a good word. Very interlocking. It's like, okay, well that makes complete sense. And as we forgive others, so we forgive ourselves, and we're really just giving a gift to ourselves.
Yeah.
So why do we resist giving gifts to ourselves so much? That's the question. It doesn't make any sense when you understand what's really going on. But that's why we practice. That's why we have a teaching where he points out the seemingly obvious. Now this is actually obvious, really, but in the ego, it's not obvious. It's very obscured.
Indeed.
Okay. So happy with that. Stubborn mind does not believe giving and receiving are one. Any thoughts on that? Not the same.
Another angle on the whole repetitive idea of letting go of the victimhood.
Let go of your enemy, see your friend and your enemy in the same light, in the same way. and you've collapsed duality, and you're seeing beyond the
Yeah.
dualistic thought system of the ego into pure formless awareness, and you recognize that awareness that's in both of them, even though it might be covered over, is also your awareness. Their escape included yours. So it's a very simple idea, isn't it? You must see others. You must see in others what's in yourself.
Yeah.
And this is the way out of your
and vice versa, and vice versa.
See in yourself what you see in others.
Is that true?
Vice versa. You mean as others see you?
Well, you must see in others. No, you must see yourself. No, what did you say again? You must see.
You must see in others what is also in yourself. So as you see in others, so you see yourself. If you see them as an ego, then you must see yourself as an ego. It's just that's how it goes. You focus on the other person's errors and their ego, then you're in your ego judging that and making the separation real. That's how it goes. Whereas if you see them in their true awareness, irrespective of what their behavior might be, then you must in that moment you must be aware of your own true self. That awareness is now seeing itself in them, and that's choice. He's saying this is your choice. You're either going to see from the ego or the spirit, but it's a choice. What do you want to see? It doesn't matter what they're doing and how they're behaving. What matters is your choice. What do you choose to see? Even if someone's behaving very unconsciously and being difficult and nasty and attacking, whatever it is, you can still make a choice to see them as the awareness that they are. And when you do that, then you must be in your own true awareness. And that, as you said, it's a neat system. It just makes complete sense. Of course, if you see them as the ego, then you must be seeing from your ego, and the ego is in charge of that perception. So then it has a reality for you. He's asking us to give the ego nothing. So whenever you're tempted to judge someone, then just correct your mind and say, no, they are still pure formless awareness. They are as I am. And in that moment, you correct your own mind and you restore your mind to that awareness. That's how it works. He's getting excited about that.
Yeah.
He's really excited.
Yeah.
See him, he's really responding to the field.
So maybe he likes the energy.
Yeah.
He likes the energy, he does. And he's anyway, just everyone calls him a very chill baby. But it's just the way he looks at you, like you said. I mean, he's got such a bright.
It's awareness shining through.
Yeah.
So we have a meditation to do now, Lucy. Do you think you can do that with a baby on your lap?
Probably not, but I have to go and change his nappy. So I wonder if because I really do have to go and change it now.
Well, we could, if you like, we could. Iona, what's your timing? Can you do the text now, or do you have to go?
I would like to do the text, and I also have to sort out an insurance thing, but I could check what time the insurance people close. So I'm not, if they're open till 8, then I have time. Yeah.
Okay, shall we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
You want to go do the nappy change?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
We'll take a break and resume in 5 minutes. Okay. Get some tea, get some warm clothes on because it's getting chilly, and see you in 5.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if anyone's back. Hi, Chris. Yeah, yeah. How are you? All right. Are we back? Lucy, Iona, anyone there?
Hi, Jono. I am now holding for the insurance company because they do close at 5:30.
Anything happening?
Can you hear me?
Me, ma'am, I can hear you clearly.
Sorry, I'm on a Zoom call, so excuse me.
Oh,
CETA Insurance.
Ah, you're back.
Hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Iona,
This is weird.
hey, you there?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you just look like you froze a bit there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm talking to the insurance company.
Okay.
I don't know how long this is going to take, but they do close at 5:30, so I am going to have to take this time.
Okay.
Okay.
And Lucy's still busy. Shall we? Do you want to message when you're done, and then we'll resume?
Yeah. Ideal. Oh, it's okay.
Or you could. I mean, if you're just on hold,
Thanks.
we could do the session while you have them on hold. How does that work?
Oh, not really. I can't.
God. Okay.
I need to ask some questions. I'll text in a wee minute. I'll text you
Yes.
in a minute when I'm free.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, thanks.
I'll
Bye.
stay on that. All right. So Lucy Iona's just busy with the insurance company. So we can, if you like, looks like you're walking through the house. We can start the translation if you like. So there's 12 paragraphs. Let me get everything prepped. That's what I'll do.
Jono, do you want to start with the text or do you want to wait?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
happy to get.
I think let's start if you because
let's start.
It's 12 paragraphs. It's quite a lot to get through. So we'll start, and Iona can just catch up as we go. Okay. So
Okay.
let me just share my screen, and we can do a meditation at the end maybe. Okay. So let me just start the recording again. Okay, so share screen. Here we go, and then that again, and resume recording. Okay, so let's that one, it's that one. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yep.
Great. So this one is called From Littleness to Magnitude, I think. Let's check that. Yeah, littleness versus magnitude, it's called. Chapter 15, section 3. Littleness versus magnitude. So do you want to let's as we go, just translate as you go. So
Okay.
you're not content with littleness. You want to read that?
Be not content with littleness. Be sure you understand what littleness is. Oh, I've just. What have I done with this? With the screen? Have I tapped the screen? Oh, there it is. How do I get back to that then? Oh, there it is. Okay. Be not content with littleness. Be sure you understand what littleness is and why you could never be content with it. Littleness is the offering you give yourself. You offer this in place of magnitude, and you accept it. Everything in this world is little because it is a world made out of littleness, in the strange belief that littleness can content you. When you strive for anything in this world in the belief that it will bring you peace, you are belittling yourself and blinding yourself to glory. Littleness and glory are the choices open to your striving and your vigilance. Littleness and glory are the choices open to your striving and your vigilance. You will always choose one at the expense of the other.
So anything to translate there, do you think?
Well, I'm curious because the word littleness, I mean, I quite like it. I would be okay with it not being translated, but if there is another word that you're using instead, then be interested to hear what that is.
Yeah, littleness. Well, you could call littleness victimhood, I guess.
Victimhood.
You could.
I mean, what I like about littleness is it kind of yeah, I mean, victimhood is strong, but there are many ways I belittle myself that
exactly.
in a way that it's a kind of a tender word, whereas victimhood, I'm kind of like, okay, am I victimizing myself? But littleness, it's almost like, wow, it just catches all those smaller thoughts.
So we'll leave littleness. I think it's good.
I quite like it in this context, yeah, because we use victimhood anyway in other ways. It's quite nice to keep this.
Well, when he says hell, that's victimhood is appropriate, but this is a version of littleness, which can happen in many ways. Whenever you strive for something in this world, so you set up a worldly goal, that's littleness because you're believing in an illusion.
Yeah, totally.
Ultimately, not going to satisfy you. So, lining yourself.
I mean, it's wonderfully ironic, isn't it? It's ironic. It's like when you strive for anything in this world in the belief that will bring you peace. Well, the striving and peace, you know, aren't exactly synonymous, are they?
Yeah.
That two very conceptually different ideas. So you think you're bringing yourself peace, like you might be misusing technology or TVs thinking it will bring you peace, but actually it's striving for something. You are belittling yourself and blinding yourself to it. So it's the thought that you're not enough as you are. You have to create more of something by striving for it.
Yeah.
So you need to create more peace by making something happen. Yeah.
Well, that's what desire is. That's why the Buddha said it's the source of all suffering. Because by desiring something, you are giving your mind a message that you are not enough as you are.
Yeah.
You are actually denying the pure formless awareness that you really are, and saying, I need something else to now add to me, to make me better, to make me happy. But if you are already complete, then that's false. That's delusion. So whenever you desire things in the world, you are belittling yourself by denying your true identity and the glory. So I would just, in terms of translation, I think everything's fine there, except for this glory. I think we
glory
last time.
And yeah, glory is not quite right, is it? Littleness and glory are
So
the choices open to striving.
Yeah. I think it's magnificence is a better word. What do you think?
Yeah.
Because it actually magni, it has the opposite of littleness in it.
So is it blinding yourself to your magnificence, or is it blinding yourself to magnificence?
Well, it's the same, isn't it? Magnificence is your magnificence. It's a state. Glory is a state of mind with no illusions. That's what he's referring to. So it's a revelatory state where there's just pure formless awareness of perfect love, and nothing else. He calls that your magnificence. But I like magnificence because it's got the magnitude in it. This is magnitude to littleness, from littleness to magnitude.
Exactly.
It has magni in it. It's the same root word.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah. Open to your striving and your vigilance. So you can either strive for littleness and seek to protect the littleness that the ego believes in, or you strive for vigilance. You strive for magnificence, and that is a state of expanded love, unconditional love, pure formless awareness, and that's what's open to your striving and your vigilance. You always choose one at the expense of the other.
So, can I just ask about vigilance in this?
Yeah.
In this context, because vigilance has there's a kind of vigilance. There's a sort of negative.
Oh, you just went muted, Lucy. We're getting lots of sound effects from from Samuel. Did you manage to sort your thing out?
It's been progressed.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I was watching your expressions. It's like it's sort of like, is there intelligent life here? What was that expression?
I'm so rubbish. That's not a very encouraging thing for myself to hear, but I get so kind of, oh God, do I really have to do this? And right now I seem to have to do very much of this sort of thing.
Oh, but it's all a lesson, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Can you interact and have a holy encounter with the person who's on the other end of the line?
Yeah.
And not get sucked into the frustration of dealing with yes. Just try South Africa at least you can actually get hold of people.
Okay.
There, wow, it's like another level of having to deal with difficulty.
Right.
Entirely. So, but it's all lessons, isn't it? So that's, I think the danger is like, oh no, I'm too spiritual for this. But actually, it's perfect. It's all part of the mind training. Everything's just part of the curriculum.
That was part of my tussle over the last few days, that my perception is that Kenneth gets to zone out and float around on level 5, and I'm grubbing around, doing insurance, making the calls, booking the people, doing the shopping, going to the garage. And I just went into full reverse ferret on all of that and got so totally pissed off because and then ego jumps in and says, yay,
you perceived yourself as unfairly treated, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's a great temptation with the ego to go, I'm doing it all and you're doing nothing, and so therefore, I'm in the right, you're wrong, I'm justified, and so I'm justified in getting angry because look, and of course it's a setup. The ego just sets you up big time. It doesn't mean you can't have a conversation about it, but don't go into I'm right, you're wrong, and try and justify it, justify the anger because it's not justified.
No.
And also, there's an acceptance. Okay, well, if that's what you got to do, then that's what you got to do. Okay, that's your path then. And there's learning in that. That's part of the curriculum then. Okay, well, you got to deal with insurance. Well, that's a good lesson. Can I do that in a happy flowing state? Away. Lucy's back.
I'm sorry, I got a call and it just literally knocks out my Zoom. I didn't realize.
Is that why you went on mute? Yeah.
Yeah, it completely clunks out everything in Zoom, and then I have to find my way back in again. Sorry about that.
It has to use the same microphone, so it has to drop the microphone and use it for the other application.
Of course.
Yeah. Never mind. We just had a quick catch up. So you were saying question about vigilance.
Yeah, just vigilance. So I see it as having two functions really. There is there's the over vigilance, the kind of egoic vigilance of like, oh my God, I'm going to be hurt, something's going to happen to me or somebody else, or that real fear mechanism. And then there is also the spiritual vigilance, I suppose, for want of a better word, where you keep doing the practices, you keep attending and noticing and watching, and oh yeah, I'm just about to go into that story, or somehow there, in order to be able to choose, there often will be some kind of operating system that just keeps the course somehow in view.
Yeah. So vigilance, if you're practicing the lessons every day and you're trying to follow the schedule Yeshua recommends every hour, that's vigilance, isn't it? That's why it's saying, every hour bring this to mind, practice it, because every hour then you get the chance to catch yourself. If there's ego coming in, then you stop it. You catch yourself and you say, no, I'm not going to do that. So the practice itself, if you just do what Yeshua suggests with the workbook, then you are being vigilant. If you practice.
Yes.
So he's designed the course to meet its own recommendations. The workbook is there to help you to practice the vigilance that he's recommending that you do, because he's designed it well. He's a good teacher. He said, okay, let's design the curriculum. So if you do this, you are doing everything you need to do to correct your mind. I've designed the curriculum so that if you do it and you follow the instructions in the workbook, then you're going to get the lessons and you're going to be doing what he's recommending you do in terms of your vigilance.
So could you just tell me what the word vigilance, if you were going to change it for something else here, what would it be?
Awareness. Yeah, but it doesn't quite. Awareness is too general. It's not quite specific enough. Vigilance implies you're going to be vigilant for something, vigilant against something, vigilant for something. vigilance is like a heightened awareness of, heightened awareness of ego. That's what vigilance means. Heightened awareness for the belief in separation, so that you notice it when it arises very quickly, and name it for what it is. Okay, that's ego. I see it. Because if you don't see it, then it slips through, and it then pretends to be who you are, and continues. But the vigilance of this, the awareness of oneness, allows you to be vigilant for anything that's not oneness.
So in this sentence, the littleness is equated to the striving, and the magnificence is equated to the vigilance. Is that right?
No, because he says open to your striving and your vigilance. So it looks like he's applying the magnificence. He's applying the magnificence or the glory to striving as well. Open to your striving and your vigilance.
Ah, okay. So magnificence being like the golden shadow then.
Yeah. So open to your striving. You strive for magnificence. So in other words, you're doing spiritual practices and doing the mind training in order to attain that magnificence, to experience that magnificence.
Yes.
That's the goal of your striving. So you're either going to strive to maintain the ego's thought system, or you're going to strive to connect with and stay rooted in your magnificence. And those are your choices.
So the desired state, if desire is not the right word, but it's a kind of neutrality then, rather than a striving or a vigilance.
A neutrality to stay
to littleness and magnificence.
No, what he's saying littleness and magnificence are the choices open to your striving and your vigilance. So he's saying you can choose to strive for and be vigilant for magnificence. That's really, if you're on a spiritual path, that's what you're doing. You're saying, I'm consciously practicing this. I'm trying to allow this presence more and more in to my awareness. That's my striving. So spiritual practice is striving. It's not the ego's version of striving, but it's still, you're working, you're doing stuff to allow this magnificence to come into your awareness, and to be vigilant for this and this only. Be vigilant for God only God and His kingdom. This was one of the injunctions earlier in the course. So to be aware of that awareness, and when you slip out of this awareness, then be aware. Okay, I'm slipping out of it. I'm going into a false awareness here, and so I'm vigilant against the ego, against the littleness, and for the magnificence, for this higher awareness. And I must continuously maintain that vigilance, because I'm in a world that was sponsored by littleness. The ego sponsored the entire world to try and justify these thoughts of littleness. So it requires a lot of vigilance to resist that and to stay in your magnificence in a world of littleness, which is what he's really saying in this paragraph.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I was getting stuck on that sentence.
Yeah. So he's talking.
Actually, Sammy boy was trying to help me out here, but
yes, giving us a running commentary.
Yeah, totally.
So you always choose one at the expense of the other. So it's saying that you can't be vigilant for both of these. It's going to be one or the other. So choose. Pick which one you're going to go for, because you can't do both. Make your choice, and then you experience the results of that choice. Okay. So any thoughts on that paragraph, Lucy? Want to give a little summary in 30 seconds? What's he saying?
Well, you would offer, your ego would offer itself littleness. That's what you would give to yourself. And that instead of magnitude, that's basically what the ego does. It just will offer you littleness, and then you accept that as your reality, and then the world is little because of it, because you create it out of that.
When you strive for anything in this world that the belief that will bring you peace, you're belittling yourself and blinding yourself to your magnificence.
Yeah.
Quite a statement. Anything in this world, well, that's assumption usually behind our striving. Oh, when I get that, then that will bring me peace. But actually, that's not true. That's an illusion.
Yes.
So don't fall into the trap. Just recognize that magnificence is right here, right now. It requires nothing other than your awareness of it now. It's already there. Don't need to do anything, strive for anything to experience it. You're striving then. So it's a different kind of striving. The striving of the spirit is doing spiritual practice to maintain that awareness. That's all. You're striving to stay rooted in the pure formless awareness of perfect love. You're not striving to achieve anything externally. Striving to maintain that awareness.
Your natural state. You're striving to stay in your natural state.
Yeah.
And littleness is not your natural state.
No.
It's an egoic state. Yeah.
So in this world, that requires some effort, because we're living in a false world that's continuously trying to convince you that littleness is true and real, and that you should believe in that. So it requires vigilance and striving to stay rooted in your true awareness in a world that's designed to sabotage that awareness, deny that awareness.
Yeah.
So that's the game. But you still have the choice. You can choose magnificence over littleness if you choose to. Okay, so happy.
So sorry, it's very noisy. I'm just going to mute now.
Yeah, that's fine. You mute when you're not speaking. So number 2, Iona, if you want to have a read of that.
Yet what you do not realize each time you choose is that your choice is your evaluation of yourself. Choose littleness and you will not have peace, for you will have judged yourself unworthy of it. And whatever you offer as a substitute is much too poor a gift to satisfy you. It is essential that you accept the fact, and accept it gladly, that there is no form of littleness that can ever content you. You are free to try as many as you wish, but all you will be doing is to delay your homecoming, for you will be content only in magnitude, which is your home. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Does anything need to be changed there, do you think?
Nothing
stands out really, does it?
No, there were no red lights there.
No. Okay, I want to give a little summary of that.
Well, I could spend my whole life or lives trying to find true peace and contentment with the kind of shells and pebbles on the beach. Yeah, I'll go with that Newton
quote.
A quote, because I was sitting on the beach the other day and had this holy instant.
Yeah.
I could choose to play with the shells and the pebbles and have my back to the magnificence of what could be mine if I chose to turn around. Yeah.
You're free to try as many as you wish.
Yeah.
So this is part of the acceptance. Look, this is never, ever going to work. The ego's strategies are never going to bring you peace and happiness.
Yeah.
That's all he's asking us to recognize. So it's simple, right? It's never going to work. Okay, we'll give up on the strategy then. It's not going to work. Instead of trying something else. Because the ego's a master. Oh, well, that didn't work, but never mind. We've got another plan. So try that. And now try that. And we go from one disappointment to another, don't we? It's like,
yes.
Well, that didn't work. Oh, and that didn't. I know, but the ego's always got something else up its sleeve. Oh, but try that. Because you know, there's endless in separation, there's endless possibilities that can be invented
Yes.
for apparent salvation. But it's all part of the idea of separation.
Yeah.
Somewhere outside of you, you'll find it. And what he's asking us to do is just come to the sobering realization. It's not an easy realization. This is never going to work. Then you just stop dead. You stop it in its tracks, don't you? It's okay, stop it. If it's never going to work, to continue on this track is completely pointless and futile. Once I accept that, and I really accept that deeply, then I abandon the ego, because I've recognized that it's not going to work. So that's why he's asking us to really commit to this. Say, look, you've got to accept this, that the ego is never going to work. As long as you think that there's some hope in this thought system, you will continue to pursue all of these avenues of littleness. Try as many as you wish, but all you will be doing is to delay your homecoming.
Yeah.
Procrastination, it's distraction. For you'll be content only in magnitude, which is your home. So you can try and put this off all you like, and you can try and fudge the equation, and you can try and pretend that something in form will content you. But in the end, you must accept the truth of this in order to be free. Otherwise, you'll continue to believe that there's something or someone outside of you that can bring you the happiness that you yearn for and the peace that you yearn for. And you'll continue to pursue those avenues if you believe that. And you'll continue to try and strive in vain and be frustrated and disappointed over and over and over again. And that is it's not an easy realization to go, oh my God, I've been so delusional that I've tried and I've tried and I've tried, and yet it just hasn't worked. And to recognize that it's never going to work is kind of it can feel kind of deeply depressing, really, to start with, because you're really facing the limitations of the ego's thought system directly and saying, okay, this is just never going to work, and the ego just feels completely defeated. But that's good, because then it's like, okay, but I'm not the ego. That entire thought system just needs to be done away with. I don't have to believe in that. Actually, what awaits me beyond this is the magnificence. It's been there all the time. I've covered over with this futile striving for littleness for no purpose and reason other than to cover over my magnificence. That's the only point of any of it. So people say, well, why do we exist? Why does life, why do we have a human life? Why do we have the world? Well, that's the reason. It's a covering over your magnificence, a distraction from the truth of who you really are. That's the only purpose. And when you come to that realization, it's hard, but it's also so liberating, because you go, oh, well, thank God, I can actually get off this treadmill of trying to make the unworkable work, which is just so frustrating and disappointing. And I can actually just let go of all of that and actually accept what will work. One idea of perfect oneness that is actually going to work. It's going to work to free me. It's going to bring me the peace and the joy and the happiness that I've yearned for. And I've just got to accept it. Well, hallelujah. At least, I finally know the truth.
I looked down at my book and I could see, and what just caught my eyes, there is a deep responsibility you owe yourself in the next paragraph. Wow, love that.
Yeah, to accept this truth.
Yes.
And it's not an easy truth to accept, because it can feel like, oh my God, I've just been wasting my time, my entire life.
I do actually have have quite a deep acceptance of everything that's had to happen. I really do. I don't feel that I've wasted time. At least I don't right in this minute, in this instant. I don't feel that anything's been wasted. It had to happen. And I have gratitude that for waking up now, before it's too late, before I've, breathing my last air, thinking, oh, bugger.
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
There's a great story written by Leo Tolstoy. I don't know if you're familiar. It's called the life of
Ivan
Ivan
Ilyich. Sorry,
Ivan, it's called I think it's called The Life of Ivan Ilyich.
Ivan Ilyich.
Yeah, let's just see. It was Leo Tolstoy.
You've
see
talked
what
about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ivan Ilyich summary. There we go. The Death. So it's called not The Life. It's called The Death of Ivan Ilyich. A small novella. So it's a little short story by Leo Tolstoy. And he was not a happy chappy. He was a judge in Russia, and he was married to a woman he didn't really love, and she continuously harassed him to work hard because she was attached to the material, and she wanted him to earn the money to buy the clothes and whatever. And then on his deathbed, he says to her, he says, "What if my whole life has been wrong?" And then he dies. So that kind of really hard realization on your deathbed to go, maybe I got it all wrong. It's too late now. It's the sand has run out. I'm about to take my last breath. The realization I've got it all wrong, which in time seems tragic, but actually ultimately that might have then been his lesson for his next life. Oh, okay. Actually, you did wake up eventually. It took you until your kind of final hours to do that, but you actually did have some kind of awakening there. And then that's never lost. So maybe he comes back and he gets to do it all again and do it differently. But why not awaken sooner? Why go your whole life and go, actually maybe my entire life has been wrong. Why can't you go, okay, well, whenever your time is, let me awaken now and recognize that, yeah, I've been wrong, but it's okay because I've recognized I was wrong and I no longer believe in that. So now I can move forward and I just forgive myself for all my errors. It's all, as you say, it's all part of the process. Without the errors, you wouldn't probably be doing this right now. So that's how it works. And then, well, okay, it's all perfect in its imperfection. Your life and all the errors were part of this awakening journey. And you recognize that that's how human life works. No one gets it perfect all the time. That's just an illusion. You go through, errors and dysfunction, and that's part of the experience. And that's how you learn to undo the ego. And at least you are undoing it. You've now come to this great teaching, which I believe is the quickest way. I don't think there's a faster way out than A Course in Miracles if you do it properly. And you're dedicating a good part of your time to studying it. And so it's all good. Going in the right direction, having mystic experiences on the beach. It's all good. It's all very good from a spiritual perspective. And all the challenges are good as well because you're still dealing with the sticky stuff of the ego. And just trying to undo it. And whatever you have to do on the level of form is just a part of that. And so this, if you see everything as, okay, this is just part of my journey of awakening, it's such a relaxing way to live your life. Okay, whatever, I'm speaking to the insurance company. Okay, there's the lesson right now. That's my lesson. Okay, great. So I can deal with this instead of getting irritated and going, this shouldn't be happening. There's a resistance there. No, absolutely. This is part of the curriculum for today, is to speak to the insurance company and do it in as conscious a way as possible, not get upset, not get angry, stay in pure formless awareness, stay in this unconditional love, see the divinity in the person who's on the other end, because they're just playing a role, just like you. They're just playing a role, and that's their karma playing out in this life. So and you just see beyond the veil of illusion of the roles that we play to actually speaking to yourself. You're speaking to your own awareness that seems to be packaged in another person who's an insurance consultant or whatever, but actually it's just you speaking to yourself.
Right.
Well, now there's the curriculum. If you really get that through an insurance consultant, that's a profound spiritual realization through that seemingly very banal ordinary experience of trying to sort out your insurance most people go, well, why am I doing this? It's just a pain. I'd rather be doing something else. Well, would you? Or is there the opportunity right there to use that for your awakening? You can have, a direct connection with source and spirit in that experience. That seemingly ordinary experience. So if you remember in the masterclass, I talk about extraordinary, ordinary experiences. That's what it is. It's an ordinary experience. Most people are like, well, that's nothing, to be celebrated or like welcome. It's just something you've got to do. But actually, you could take it into the extraordinary by going, oh, wow, I pierce the veil and I really get that I'm speaking to myself right now.
Yeah.
If I really get that realization, then that's a profound, extraordinary experience.
I'm smiling because Sandy always used to say, oh no, I am totally excited about going to the supermarket. I am totally excited about sitting on this train. I am so excited to see who I'm sitting next to on the aircraft because this is going to be a holy encounter. Oh yeah. And that's how she spoke. She did have the most extraordinary experiences because of that. She saw everybody showing up for a reason in her world.
Yeah.
No matter who it was. And she would be so delighted when she would get cold.
Okay. Because she's like, okay, so this is the holy encounter.
Yeah. No, I want to speak to you. It's important that you call me. Now, how can I help you?
And the salesman's like, okay, I got some crackpot.
It was hilarious. I mean, and Joe, oh, look, hello, Hannah.
Oh, there's Hannah. Hello, Hannah.
There's Hannah too, the holy encounter.
Hi, Hannah. Hi.
It's Hannah and Samuel.
Yeah, Hannah and Samuel.
Oh, those are holy names. Those are biblical names.
They are holy names.
Yeah.
Hi.
They are.
They're both biblical names. What does Hannah mean?
Hannah. Rosie, what does Hannah mean? I did know, and I can't remember, and Rosie can't remember either.
Oh, let's Google it, shall we?
Yeah.
Check it out.
And the book of Samuel.
The book of Samuel. He's going to find out what Hannah means.
Grace.
Grace.
Comes from the Hebrew name Hannah, which means favor or grace.
Grace. That's
and
lovely.
it's the mother of Samuel. Did you know that?
He's the mother of Samuel.
Did you know that?
Yes, I did actually. Rosie, did you know that? Yeah.
Was that why she chose it?
Hannah is the mother of Samuel.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Well, so there's a connection between them.
Rosie didn't realize that. I love that when it just works, doesn't it? Something just works through.
A grace. That's a lovely name.
Mummy.
We've grown a strawberry and Hannah's very excited to see it.
Okay. The name Samuel's from the Old Testament, derives from Hebrew.
Old Testament.
Either God has heard or name of God. God has heard or name of God. Samuel from the Bible is respected by Jews, Christians as a wise prophet, judge, and leader of ancient Israel.
Wow.
That you're going to be a wise prophet, man.
You're going to be a wise prophet. Lots of letting go.
No? God has heard or name of God.
Say that last bit again.
God has heard or name of God is of the two translations.
Name of God. Yeah.
So name of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Name of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love has heard, and here's the answer. Yeah, lovely. So it's interesting, like how parents choose names, because you go like, is it random? You go, there's a synchronicity in it, isn't it?
Definitely.
I could have been called Oliver, but I wasn't. It was called Jonathan David, which are both, biblical names. In fact, it's all because quail. So Jonathan means gift from God, David means beloved, and quail is a reference to the manna and quail from heaven in the Bible. So it's like a totally biblical name. And my parents are not religious at all, not at all. So you wonder how that came about, but that's just how it happens. So we choose our names. Okay, so where are we? Are you happy with number 2?
I am. I've looked, and this has got 12 paragraphs on it. This
Yes.
littleness versus
well,
magnitude. Yeah,
but shall we crack on then?
yeah, definitely.
Okay, so number 3, Lucy. Not sure there's anything to translate, which is good. I'll speed things up because there isn't much. So it's a less intense paragraph. Remember that one we did the other night?
Yeah.
It was like hectic because it's like every sentence got Holy Spirit, God.
Yeah.
So it took us about 2 hours to do 5 paragraphs, 6
Yeah,
paragraphs.
it was a biggie.
Okay, so number 3, Lucy.
You're muted.
Yeah, you just muted.
She can't hear.
Can't hear. Okay. You need to unmute.
Oh
Yay!
God. Okay, let's unmute.
Try again.
There's a deep responsibility you owe yourself, and one you must learn to remember all the time. The lesson may seem hard at first, but you will learn to love it when you realize that it is true and is but a tribute to your power. You who have sought and found littleness, remember this. Every decision you make stems from what you think you are and represents the value that you put upon yourself. Believe the little can content you, and by limiting yourself, you will not be satisfied. For your function is not little, and it is only by finding your function and fulfilling it that you can escape from littleness.
Okay. Any thoughts on that?
Bit hot. Wait, it's down. Oh, it's really hot.
Give a little summary of that.
Well, I mean, it's at the end really. It says your function is not the egoic littleness. But you need to find your function. You need to find your power and fulfill it to escape from the littleness. And you'll love it when you realize it's true, that the lesson may seem hard at first, but you'll love it. You owe this deep responsibility to yourself and to practice to remember all the time the forgiveness. Yeah.
Every decision you make stems from what you think you are and represents the value that you put upon yourself. That's profound.
Oh, sorry.
And you said the deep responsibility that resonated with you.
Yeah.
You must learn to remember all the time. So this is that you are responsible for maintaining your awareness of the magnificence of who you are in the face of the littleness that the ego wants to try and convince you is true. And this requires vigilance, for sure. Because it is, as he says, it is a little world. It's trying to get you to believe in all this really little stuff and make it important and real.
I remember when my dad once, he said quite sort of gently, remember not to cast your pearls before swine. And I think he could see it, that I did have a tendency to give away my power a lot. Yeah. And be little earth. And I remember that vividly. It was kindly meant.
Yeah. So, in other words, don't go in front of people and give them, of your magnificence when they are not open and ready for it, because they will scorn it, mock it, deride it.
Yep.
Then you will feel hurt and wounded because
yes,
if you're not fully in your magnificence, then you get affected by that. I guess that's a lesson. But even Yeshua said that do not cast your pearls before swine. What he meant was if someone's ignorant and they are stubborn and ignorant, and they do not want to know the truth, then why are you bothering? Because they don't want to know it. You can spend endless time trying to convince them, and they won't be convinced. So, rather direct your time and energy to people who are open and are willing to hear the message and awaken. That's why he said, it was an instruction to his disciples when they're going out on the road. He said, don't waste your time with people who aren't going to listen. Rather go where people are receptive and you can actually make an impact with the message.
Yeah.
And the same applies to us.
Yeah.
But there are certain people, often closest, family, friends, you're just not going to penetrate because they go, well, who are you? You're just Iona, and like you're not the enlightened one. You're not the Christ. What is all this nonsense? You're just Iona. Get back in your Iona box, please.
Yep. Get back in your box.
That's what I'm familiar with, and that's not really serving you. To hang out with people like that isn't serving your awakening, because you're just getting the ego coming back at you, trying to discourage you and convince you that you are limited and you are the littleness. And why would you want to keep giving yourself that message when actually you want to give yourself the opposite message? You want to encourage yourself as much as possible to believe in your magnitude. So hang out with people who believe in your magnitude because they believe in their own magnitude. That's all. You can only believe in someone else's magnitude if you've accepted your own. And that requires people who've done some undoing, done some letting go, and are on a spiritual path.
Yeah.
And therefore are not threatened by someone else's magnificence because they realize it's their magnificence. So why wouldn't I celebrate? Like, you have a mystic experience. I go, that's fantastic. That's amazing. You had a deep insight and awakening and opening into something, which is then my awakening and my opening. It's just, we share it. We're all on the same same path. Whereas someone who's in the ego is going to go, oh, like, I feel a bit less than because you've had this experience and I haven't, and you've had a special experience and I haven't had it, and I'd like that, and now I'm jealous, or actually that just freaks me out completely when you say that, because it's like I can't process that, so then I have to try and deny it. So don't tell anyone about that experience who's not open to it.
Okay. Because
they'll just try and pollute it. They'll try and corrupt it and go, oh, what do you like? What were you smoking something, or make some comment that's like just belittles the whole experience.
Yeah.
So keep it to yourself. Just don't share it with anyone, because how do you share a deep mystic? It's like impossible really to put it into words. So don't even try.
Okay.
Unless you really trust the person, they're on the same path, and you think, okay, this might actually make a difference to them. Okay, so happy with number 3?
Yeah, indeed.
Number 4?
Lucy looks like she's got a wand. You look like a fairy godmother.
Yes.
You can put your microphone on and read number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are only doing magnificence. I ding you with magnificence. You are dinged and you are dinged. You are dinged and you are dinged and you
Fairy godmother.
Yes.
Now Hannah's she's got the wand of magnificence.
You also have wings behind you. Do you see
yes,
that?
she does.
Yeah.
It looks. Yes.
Oh wow!
You've got a chair behind you or something, so it looks like wings. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just making your dinner.
Gorgeous.
Okay, so do you want to read? We've got on mute again.
Lucy, your turn to read 4.
Yes. Oh, is it me reading?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I'm a bit distracted. Okay, number 4. There is no doubt about what your function is, for the Holy Spirit knows what it is. There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches you through him from magnitude, through it from magnitude.
Yeah, let's translate it.
You do not.
That's the.
So, the remembrance of oneness.
Doesn't allow me to just correct it. Oh, 1 minute. Reaches you through him. Through it from magnitude, okay?
There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches you through it from magnitude. You do not have to strive for it because you have it. All your striving must be directed against littleness, for it does not require vigilance.
It does require.
But in that context, I think against victimhood, in a way.
It does require vigilance to protect your magnitude in this world.
In this world. To hold your magnitude in perfect awareness in a world of littleness is a task the little cannot undertake. Yet it is asked of you in tribute to your magnitude and not your littleness. Nor is it asked of you alone. The power of God, the power of pure formless awareness, will support every effort you make on behalf of its extension. Search for the little. Perfect love. Oh yeah.
Of its, and then maybe instead of yeah, how about beloved?
Come here, Sammy. On behalf of its beloved extension.
Its beloved extension. I think that's good.
Search for the little, and you deny yourself its power. The remembrance of perfect love. It's chaotic. Is not willing that its extension be content with less than everything. for pure formless awareness. Sam, you need to help me out here. Is not willing that its extension be content with less than everything. Perfect love, awareness of perfect love. For it is not content without its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than his father is not creator source, than the source of love was given him. Felt like I'm absolutely not.
You're doing quite well.
Yeah.
Doing pretty well.
Talking about being vigilant for like, I was like, okay, just focus on the.
I haven't got a clue what I've done. Maybe Iona could you interpret that?
No, you've done great. For it is not content without its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than itself.
Less than his father has given him, less than its source.
Source has given him.
Okay. Do you want to read that for Lucy?
Sure.
You want to put yourself
Just
on
go
mute?
mute.
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
Phew.
It's like focus to the. It's interesting because you got to like really like hold the focus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vigilant for the magnificence in the face of
Tea time.
yes.
There is no doubt about what your function is, for the remembrance of oneness knows what it is. There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches you through it from magnitude. You do not have to strive for it because you have it.
Just one about its magnitude. And remember, it knows what it is. So this should really be a capital, shouldn't it? There's no doubt. Is that
about its magnitude?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right. The magnitude of remembrance of oneness.
Yeah, about its.
For it reaches you through it. Yes, from magnitude, all caps. Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to through it reaches you through it from magnitude? Reaches you. It's a bit clumsy, but quite sure what else to say. It reaches you from magnitude. It reaches you through this remembrance. Maybe just put in. What do you think?
Oh yes.
I think that's there's a lot of it's going on. So
yeah, good.
Through this remembrance from magnitude.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do not have to strive for it because you have it. All your striving must be directed against littleness, for it does require vigilance to protect your world of, to protect your magnitude in this world. Right, that's just great advice.
Oh.
I love that. It's just, don't be distracted by the littleness of its offerings.
Oh. And it requires, he's saying, all of your striving. So this is where the effort comes in, because you have to be vigilant continuously. You're living in a world of littleness invented by the ego to trigger littleness in you and get you to believe that you are little rather than magnificent. And you now have to counter that. You have to be aware enough to say, yes, I recognize it for what it is, and I don't buy it, and I let it go. And that is pretty much a full-time job while you're here.
Yeah.
To maintain that vigilance, that awareness, which is what he's prepping us for. He's saying, look, you need to be, on your guard, vigilant in a world of illusion, because it's continuously bombarding you with illusions, trying to get you to believe in the littleness. That is the whole point of the exercise. The ego has just invented a world to convince you that you're little rather than magnificent.
Yeah, I was just reeling through a lot of unpacking from the last 3 days. Yeah, I all sort of spooled through really quickly just then.
Good.
To hold your magnitude in perfect awareness in a world of littleness is a task the little cannot undertake. My God, he doesn't spare us, does he? I mean, he's really direct, yet it is asked of you in tribute to your magnitude and not your littleness. Nor is it asked of you alone. The power of perfect love will support every effort you make on behalf of its beloved extension. Search for the little and you deny yourself its power. Pure, formless awareness of perfect love is not willing that its extension be content with less than everything. For it is not content without its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than its source has given it. Yeah. It's funny because it treads a fine line here between talking about a human emotion of contentment, and before when we said, well, we can't talk about God being miserable without me, kind of thing. For it is not content without its extension, and its extension cannot be content. Is that really true, that it would not be content without me?
Well, he's what would you call it? There's a word for it. Anthropomorphizing, I think, is the word.
Yeah.
which is typically done in the context of animals in this world. You anthropomorphize an animal and you give it a personality and a
Of course.
human-like traits, but
Yeah.
it's anthropomorphizing a presence
Mm-hmm.
that is actually beyond it.
Yes.
Right? So in language, he's saying it is not content without its extension.
Mm-hmm.
But it rests in pure formless awareness, which is perfect. So if it was not content, then it wouldn't be pure formless awareness of perfect love. It wouldn't be for perfection anymore, would it? So, but he's using language to try and explain that there is an intention, an impulse, a desire. I mean, we're trying to use language to explain what's beyond language, but this presence wants to, again, use a word. How do you phrase it? Wants to. This presence intends to. This presence wills. Maybe wills is not a bad word. This presence wills that it be known by you, because that is.
I like that.
Yeah, this presence wills that it be known by you.
That's very strong.
So we could try and put that in. I'm not sure if that fits in here, but let's see. For it is not content without its extension. It wills to be known by its extension. How about that? Yeah.
What was your first interpretation?
It wills to be known by its extension. I think is how I would put this.
Yes.
Because it's not content. It's not actually true that he's using some poetic license. It's anthropomorphizing a presence that is not human. This presence cannot be discontent. It's not possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Exactly.
But it does will. There is this power of this awareness that wants to be known by you. It wills that it be known. Because it is your true awareness.
Yeah.
This will always want to be known by you. But again, wanting is not even the right term for it. But it's like your base state. This is your foundational state of awareness. Well, how can that not be known ultimately by the mind that this is the true reality of this mind? Eventually, surely it must be known. It must come to the fore again, and you must become aware of it. So then we say God wills that you become aware of it. But I think that's better than. It's still not really accurate in truth, but it's better than God is not content.
Yeah.
Because that's putting onto God some kind of discontent.
Yeah.
But that cannot be. He's using a kind of poetic license there with the language. But unfortunately, people can take it literally and go, oh, well, he says God's not content, therefore that's what he means. But actually, there's other passages where he says, well, God is completely unaware of your delusions and is not affected. If it's really an invulnerable presence, if it's not affected by anything the ego has done, then the idea of separation has no effect on it at all. So how can it then be discontent because of an illusory idea of separation that never really happened? But he's dealing apparently in the dualistic other realities. So then he has to use words within that framework that help us, that point us in the right direction. But our task as translators is to translate it in a way that's helpful for us and others. That's okay. Well, that translation maybe removes some of the ambiguity and confusion and misinterpretation.
Yeah, for sure.
So for it wills that it be known by its extension, I think is better.
It wills that it be known by its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than its source has given it.
Yeah, and that's okay because the extension.
Yes, I can feel discontent or content.
Yeah, cannot be content with less. So again, give up on trying to make yourself content with illusions and accept that there's only one thing that's going to make you content, and that's the truth. Okay, so happy with that? You want to give a little summary of that?
Mm.
We kind of done some of that.
Yeah, we have.
Was one key idea, really, isn't there?
Is it that all my striving must be directed against littleness, and the vigilance to protect against the vigilance required to protect against littleness in this world?
And that's why we train it. Your mind training is so that you are more vigilant of the ego. You don't need to train to be what you are, but you need to train to not to protect yourself from believing in what you're not. So that's why we do the mind training.
That's the whole key of this thing, isn't it? This whole chapter, littleness versus magnitude.
Yeah, that's the key point.
Yeah.
And that's why we do spiritual practice. Spiritual practice is really the form that this vigilance and striving takes in this world. You do the practices so you maintain the vigilance. You keep connected to your source while you're going through your day, which is why he's given us the workbook and saying, look, do this every hour. Because then if you do that, you are by definition being vigilant against the ego. And he's giving you it's kind of embedded in his course that you're going to do this. If you practice the course, then you're going to follow his recommendations in the text.
It's great to get back to the text 2 days in a row. It's really chunky.
Yeah, I mean, it does have a depth, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I've had conversations about dropping parts of the program because I've got family commitments. But it's like, if you don't do the text, it really devalues the program.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And obviously doing the text does take time. It's an extra commitment. But part of this, I think a lot of people only do the workbook, and then, well, you're missing out on a whole bunch of stuff that's deeper in the text that you just don't. Well, you kind of get this. He alludes to this in the workbook, but the way he teaches it in the text is sometimes so direct.
Yes, exactly.
That and then yesterday, you wouldn't have got that from the text, that insight that just spoke to your experience of the holy instant. He goes into much more depth in the text because it's longer.
Well, exactly. It's here that the gems lie, really. All your striving must be directed against littleness.
And then the workbook is then how you do it, how you work the theory. That's why it's called a workbook. So that's how you actually maintain the vigilance in this world. But the depth of insights and understanding in the text doesn't occur in the workbook by and large.
This is the magnitude. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So happy with number 4?
Yeah.
So, let's ask Lucy if she's able to read. Lucy, are you able to read, or are you still caught up with feeding time at the zoo?
No, I can't read. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. It's too bonky lonkers.
That's fine.
Well,
I'm listening though. I'm listening.
Are you? That's good.
Keep reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I can.
Thanks, Iona.
If you don't want to do the whole thing yourself, I'll read it, Iona.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to do 5.
Okay, do 5.
I asked you earlier, would you be hostage to the ego or host to God? And in translation.
Let's just get the translation going here. We hostage to the belief
in separation, or host to pure formless awareness. Wow. And then he says,
let me just grab one of these.
Sure.
Let this question.
They asked you by remembrance of oneness every time you make a
decision. I'm not sure why it doesn't.
Every time you ask it, you make a decision. Wow, every time. Yeah.
Well, that's the vigilance. Like, okay, so I'm deciding, I'm making a decision. Can I remember to make it consciously with the right teacher?
Yeah.
As my guide, and he's asking us to do that all the time. This is how we do full transfer of training. That you start to accept that there's only this one voice, this one presence, and this is the truth of who you are, and there's nothing else. Every time you make a decision, you consult the oracle. Well, why wouldn't you? You've got infinite wisdom, transcends time and space, and you can access that every time you make a decision. Wouldn't you go consult it?
Yeah. Every decision you make does answer this and invites sorrow or joy accordingly. Oh, I can understand that. When God himself gave himself to you in your creation, he established you as a host to him forever. When pure formless awareness gave itself to you.
I've just gone to inversion control issues, because I'm in the wrong paragraph. There we go. Okay, remembrance of oneness. Does bring pure formless awareness of perfect love. Gave itself to you.
In your awakening? No.
In your creation, in your we can translate that as extension.
It established you as host to it forever. That was the second after the big bang of confusion. A bang of separation.
Gave itself to you and your extension, established you as host to it forever. This is actually prior to separation. He's talking about gave itself to you in your extension. You are just the extension prior to any. This has always been. This is really the thing. This has always been the case. You have always been extended by perfect love, and then the idea of separation just really came in to sabotage that. But you've always been one with this presence. So in truth, you and it are one. We say in the construct of separation that that's an extension of source, of perfect love, but actually you've always been that. You just are that. It is you. You are that awareness. And we use the ideas of extension and so on just to kind of reconnect with that awareness.
Okay.
So it was never a time that you were not created. That's the whole point. That's why we changed created, because there was never. It wasn't like, oh, now you came into existence. You were created.
Yeah.
You always have been. What's eternal has never changed. You always have been existent. You've always been this presence of love. You've never not been. So you have lived forever in eternity, and you're just the extension of that timeless, pure formless awareness, and you've always been that. That's a mind blowing. The ego can't wrap its head around that, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
So there was never a time when you weren't there. There was never a time when the great ocean of truth wasn't there. It's always been there. It never got brought into being. You were never like some you didn't exist and then suddenly you popped into existence. You've always been. So we try to get in the translation, try and get the sense of that.
Yeah.
Eternal beingness, rather than you were created in. Creation implies time.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. It has not left you, and you have not left it. All your attempts to deny its magnitude and make its extension hostage to the belief in separation. Cannot make little whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined with it.
With itself, I think. What do you think?
Joined with itself. Nice. Every decision you make is for the state of pure formless awareness or for victimhood. Yay. And brings you the awareness of what you decided for. Right. Right.
Okay.
Okay. I asked you earlier, would you be hostage to the belief in separation or host to pure formless awareness of perfect love? Let this question be asked you by the remembrance of oneness every time you make a decision. For every decision you make does answer this and invites sorrow or joy accordingly. When pure formless awareness of perfect love gave itself to you in your extension, it established you as host to it forever. It has not left you, and you have not left it. All your attempts to deny its magnitude and make its extension hostage to the belief in separation cannot make little whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined with itself. Every decision you make is for the state of pure formless awareness or for victimhood, and brings you the awareness of what you decided for. Yes, that's right, it does.
Yeah. Self-perpetuating reality. You decide and that becomes your reality.
Yeah. And that,
remember, decide, decidere, it actually means cut away in Latin. You know that?
cut away.
Decision means to cut away. Cidere means cut in Latin, and de means cut away. So cut away from. So when you decide, you must cut away one choice. That's the idea. So there's always an alternative. You must deny one alternative and go with the other. Cut it away. So that makes complete sense. You cut away one option, and then you're aware of the option you chose.
Yes.
Because that's what you chose.
Every time you make that cut. Yeah.
So he's asking us to cut intelligently and say, cut away what doesn't serve you. Recognize it for what it is. Cut it away out of your mind, out of your belief system. If you keep cutting it away, eventually all that's going to remain is the alternative that now becomes the one reality that you've accepted. By consistently denying any alternative to it, you then ultimately accept it wholly. And that's the way you restore your mind to perfect oneness.
Yes.
By cutting away the illusion of an alternative to it.
Yes.
And that's what forgiveness is.
Yeah.
Letting go is.
Yes.
Letting go of the belief in the alternative as an option.
Every decision you make brings you the awareness of what you decide for. So decide for the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah, and only that, because there's nothing else to choose. Everything else that's alternative to that is simply untrue and be cut away ultimately.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the decision for your magnitude. You do that, and you can't fudge it. You can't go, oh well, I can have both. I can believe in this world and my ego, and also have the magnificence of this other world, the spirit, because the one denies the other.
Yeah.
So if you believe in one, then you must deny the other. And a lot of people don't want to see that. I had a conversation last year with a guy who studied the Course of Miracles and Advaita, and he said, "Why do I have to choose? Why can't I have both?" That was his mindset. I can have illusions and I can have the truth, and that's okay. I can fudge it. And I said, "But you can't." He said, "Well, I can." I said, "No, you can't. You can't because they contradict each other. So how do you maintain? You can only do it by dissociation, which isn't really a solution. But if you honestly see them truly, you can't choose both at the same time. It's absolutely impossible because they contradict each other. So then you just split your mind. The ego tries to hide that contradiction and go, "Oh, well, you can," but actually, if you're really honest about it, you can't because they completely contradict each other. Okay, happy with that? I think you gave a little summary there. We're moving on to number 6. Okay. Shall I read this one?
Yes, please. Yeah.
You need a break. So Holy Spirit, in remembrance of oneness, can hold your magnitude. Clean of all littleness, clearly and in perfect safety in your mind. Untouched by every little gift the world of littleness would offer you. But for this, you cannot side against it in what it wills for you. Oops. It's going to work. Side for God through it. Side for pure formless awareness. Perfect love through it. For littleness and the belief you can be content with littleness are decisions you make about yourself. Power and the glory, power and the magnificence that lie in you from God, pure formless awareness, perfect love, are for all who, like you, perceive themselves as little, believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content them. So this is what we try and do: blow it up and go, oh well, if I get grandiose and I have a big goal in an illusion, then that's somehow important and meaningful and real.
Yeah.
Even though it's all illusion. So it doesn't matter how big or small it is in the illusion, it's all illusory. Neither give littleness nor accept it. All honor is due the host of God. All honor is due the host of...
Yeah, pure forms.
We'll make it just perfect love because don't not have two ofs. It's a bit clumsy. To the host of perfect love, your littleness deceives you, but your magnitude is of it. The magnitude is of it who dwells in you. The magnitude comes from it.
Hmm.
No, I think we translated we kept the who, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. In it who dwells in you, and in whom you dwell.
Yeah. It which dwells in you, what do you think? And in which you dwell.
It which dwells in you, and in which you dwell.
Yeah. Better than who?
Is that contiguous with what we've been doing in this?
We did who before, but we can go and change that.
Which is better?
You think so?
I do.
Yeah. I think in the past I've used which because it's not the personalized who. Touch no one then with littleness in the name of Christ. Eternal host. Okay, so the remnants of oneness can hold your magnitude, clean of all littleness, clearly and in perfect safety in your mind, untouched by every little gift the world of littleness would offer you. Before this, you cannot side against it in what it wills for you. Decide for pure formless awareness of perfect love through it. For littleness and the belief that you can be content with littleness are decisions you make about yourself. The power and the magnificence that lie in you from pure formless awareness of perfect love are for all who, like you, perceive themselves as little and believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content them. Neither give littleness nor accept it. All honor is due the host of perfect love. Your littleness deceives you, but your magnitude comes from it which dwells in you and in which you dwell. Touch no one then with littleness in the name of your true self, eternal host of its source. Okay. Any thoughts about that?
I was going to ask you.
Yeah, okay, I'll summarize it. So, given I read it, so what he's saying is really this remembrance of oneness holds your magnitude and it is untouched by any of the gifts that the world, the ego, the world of littleness offers you. So decide just for this pure formless awareness of perfect love as the truth, and this is the decision you make about yourself, the power and the magnificence that lie in you from this source, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, are for all who perceive themselves as little but need correction. So don't give littleness, don't accept it. Just honor perfect love that is your source, and do not be deceived by littleness, but rather accept the magnitude of what you really are. touch no one then with littleness in the name of your true self. So don't perpetuate this thought system. Don't see them as separate. Don't see them as little, even if they're behaving that way. You must see them in their magnitude instead. And that is your own awakening. Okay?
Yeah.
Happy with that? Let's just go and fix before I forget. Where was
you and the witch.
Yeah, where was that? Was it up here? No, it wasn't in 1. It was in 4, I think. You see a who in there? 4, 5 maybe. Must be in 5. Or was it in? I'm getting confused. Was it in the lesson maybe?
Well, maybe.
Maybe it was in the lesson. Might be the. Let's see. See a who here. No, it was here who. Yeah. Who represents. It was in the lesson. Teacher other than yourself, who represents the other self in you.
Oh. Which represents the other.
You need to be consistent, really, don't you?
Yeah. And then, yes, got it, yeah. Okay.
And down here, which can never see.
Oh.
Okay. Where are we? Number 7.
Okay. In this season, Christmas.
Yeah. So this was obviously he was giving it to her during Christmas.
In this season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of holiness into this world, join with me who decided for holiness for you.
Okay. Do you want to translate holiness?
Yeah. Awareness?
Yeah. That's what holiness really is, pure formless. And they are tasked together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host.
And pure formless awareness appointed for itself. Beyond all your littleness to give the gift of pure formless awareness, but not beyond you. Good. For pure formless awareness would give itself through you. Would give itself through you. It reaches from you to everyone. Reaches from you to everyone and beyond everyone to its extensions. awakening. Awakenings, no.
It's extensions, extensions.
Extensions.
It's
Uber extensions.
Well, it's
All
extensions.
extensions, but without leaving you. Are we doing the double extensions?
Well, let's see how it reads.
Okay, but without leaving you.
Extensions. It's extensions. It doesn't like that because it's.
Oh well. What does it know?
Yeah, exactly. Certainly doesn't know pure formless awareness.
Far beyond your little world, but still in you, it extends forever. Yet it brings all its extensions to you as host to him. Lots of it's.
Well, it's extensions to you as host to it. I might re-switch that around. Yes. Well, it's extensions to you.
Right.
Okay, happy with that?
So in this season, which celebrates the birth of holiness into this world, join with me who decided for pure formless awareness for you. It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host from pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed for itself. It is beyond all your littleness to give the gift of perfect love, but not beyond you. For pure formless awareness of perfect love would give itself through you. It reaches from you to everyone and beyond everyone, to its extensions, but without leaving you. Far beyond your little world, but still in you, it extends forever. Yet, as host to it, pure formless awareness of perfect love brings all its extensions to you. So, again, I see that circularity.
What he's trying to point to with language is that it's all one, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's extensions mean that it's all one. There isn't actually any separation between our extensions and pure formless awareness's extensions. It's one extension. In fact, extension is meaningless in truth because it's all one awareness. There's no movement, no extension of anything. It's just one complete whole awareness that exists, and we are that, and everyone is that. But in language, we talk about extensions, and that's still within the framework of time and space. But he's speaking to us to try and awaken us from this dream into an understanding of, okay, it's all one, really. That's what he's pointing to. This one awareness, and that extends throughout all creation, throughout all beingness. That is the underlying beingness, the ground of being, it's been called by philosophers, which we rest in. That's our true nature, our true reality. And we are the extension of that. And anything we think that is in alignment with that, if we're experiencing love and peace and joy, then that becomes part of that awareness. In the end, there's only one pure formless awareness. So that's where it's leading.
Awareness.
And the language is just pointing us in that direction. And
Right,
hopefully
so
our
just,
translations will point us, quicker in that direction.
yeah. So just to sort of catch it, well, the first half of the chapter was pointing towards the responsibility, my responsibility to be the magnitude, to be vigilant against the littleness of the world, so that I host pure formless awareness in all its circular perfection. That just there is only one pure formless awareness.
Yeah. And I share that, and everything shares that.
And I share that, and everything shares that.
So I'm an extension of it. Everything else is an extension of it.
Yeah.
If I'm extending the extension of it, then I'm in love. I'm experiencing states of love, peace, and joy. Then we could say in language, I'm extending that love and peace and joy outwards to other people. But really, all I'm doing is I'm demonstrating the truth to them, that they are also this oneness that we share.
Yeah.
That's all that's really happening. So
Yeah.
the language is being used ultimately to collapse the language. We don't need the language in truth. These are just training wheels.
Yeah.
Which is why sometimes you go, it's very clunky, the extension of the extension, because he's using language to describe what goes way beyond language. It's just ultimately an experience.
Yeah.
Of truth. I think I missed out on one of those, so I'll just have to fix that. Okay. Do you want to give a little summary of that?
Oh,
I'll go down to help you. Number 7.
the Christmassy one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just want to repeat the circular rhythm of this for me. I am vigilant. Oh, no. Sorry, my words are deserting me. I think I'm getting a bit sugar low, actually. I maybe need to eat. Celebrates the birth of holiness. Join with me who decided for pure formless awareness for you. Join with me in this task to restore magnitude to the host. So I love that sentence. It's beyond my littleness, and therefore I'm being vigilant against littleness. I am not little. I am the magnificence of pure formless awareness, therefore totally up to the job. Yeah. And through me, I reach to everyone and beyond everyone without it ever leaving me. So it's self-perpetuating. I embody it. It increases and extends and extends and extends, and we're all one. It's all one.
Yeah, and when I give from that place of my true source, love, it's unlimited. There's no limitation there.
That's right.
There's no sense of I'm losing anything, because how can I lose what I already am? I'm just sharing it. So then he uses the word extension. You're extending. If you're sharing the love in your words and your actions, that's an extension of it.
Yeah.
But actually, it's really just an awakening to it. It was already there. And you are just now awakening to it and helping others to awaken, to realize, to recognize what was already there. That's actually what's happening.
To recognize what was there already. Yes.
No. So if you think we analogy is a dark covering over this light, and we have to scratch away to get beyond that to reveal the light. So now you as the miracle worker are like, okay, well, I'm doing my part in scratching it away in myself, and then I help to do it in other parts of the mind, that then scratch away the dark covering and let the light come in. But that light was already there. It was just covered over. So then we say, well, we're extending the light, but actually you're just removing the blocks to the awareness of that light. for yourself and for others.
Revealing what was always there.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, happy to move on to number
Okay.
8. So if you like, I'll read that.
Okay.
If you need to go get something to munch on, then
Probably a good idea, because when my words desert me, that's when I know that I need something to
yeah,
fill the
forced by
time.
you.
Yeah.
Well, they say the brain uses the most energy. You know that. So this is quite heavy brain work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Your mind, well, it's your mind, but your brain is how it's all translated. So it's energy hungry. Okay, so is it a sacrifice to leave littleness behind and wander not in vain? It is not sacrifice to wake to glory, to wake to magnificence. Not sacrifice to wake, to translate that, to become aware of. But it is sacrifice to accept anything less than magnificence. Learn that you must be worthy of the Prince of Peace, born in you in honor of him whose host you are. Born in you in honor of it. Whose host you are. We can't really use which there. Born in you in honor of it whose host you are. Born in you in honor of, I'll just say the presence. Prince of Peace, born in you in honor of the presence. Born in you in honor of this peaceful presence. You host. Peaceful presence. You host in your awareness. You know not what love means because you've sought to purchase it with little gifts. You do not know. You do not know what love means because you've sought to purchase it with little gifts, thus valuing it too little to understand its magnitude. Love is not little, and love dwells in you, for you are host to it.
Yeah. Wow, that's so powerful.
What?
That sounds.
Love is not little, and love dwells in you.
Mm.
You are host to it. For the greatness that lives in you, your poor appreciation of yourself, and all the little offerings you give into nothingness. Okay, so I'll read that from the top. Is it a sacrifice to leave littleness behind and wander not in vain? and not wander in vain. It is not sacrifice to become aware of magnificence, but it is sacrifice to accept anything less than magnificence. Learn that you must be worthy of the Prince of Peace, born in you in honor of this peaceful presence you host in your awareness.
Hmm.
Or maybe just you host. Because he had a long convoluted, born in you in honor of him whose host you are. You know, one of those complicated. In honor of this peaceful presence you host. You do not know what love means because you have sought to purchase it with little gifts, thus valuing it too little to understand its magnitude. Love is not little, and love dwells in you, for you are host to it. For the greatness that lives in you, your poor appreciation of yourself and all the little offerings you give slip into nothingness. Yeah, so he's really just saying, learn that you're worthy of this presence.
Yeah.
That you must become aware of this magnificence. Don't be satisfied with anything less. And we don't know what love means because love is this magnificent, expansive presence, and our poor appreciation of ourselves, your poor appreciation of yourself, and all the little offerings you give to that little self slip into nothingness before the magnitude of love's presence. And you experienced that directly yesterday, which is nice. Or Saturday, whatever it was.
Saturday morning, yeah.
Or the magnitude of that, I mean, really, you know, getting concerned about whatever in this world. Insurance contracts or money or, you know, special relationships, whatever it's just really ridiculous for the magnificence of that presence.
Yeah.
Okay. So happy with that one. Should we move on to number 9?
Holy child of God, when will you learn that only holiness can content you and give you peace?
So he's kind of, you know, he's kind. I mean, he's a gentle teacher, but he's also firm. He's going, well, when are you going to learn this? Because if I don't help you to see the, you know, delusion that you're in, and tell you straight, look, you're delusional and this isn't going to work, then how are you going to learn this?
Yeah.
Holy child of God, so holy.
There's a kind of exasperated tone.
Yeah, you can kind of get that. You know, when are you going to get this? When are you going to stop being so stubborn and just listen?
Yeah.
Because I told you this 2,000 years ago, and you haven't really got it yet.
I'm just wondering if I had 100 lifetimes and say they were all about 60 years, which was very unlikely because I could have just, you know, come, taken a breath, gone away again.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's possibly 600 human years.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyway, that's a by the by, but holy extension of pure formless awareness. When will you learn that?
Well, you might have had 1,000 lifetimes. Who knows?
Well,
I mean, in time, this time illusion has been going a long, long time. You know, we're talking 14 billion years. Apparently, is the age of the universe. Well, you know, that's a long, long time. You might have incarnated as a grub. How do you know? Your awareness was a grub aware, and then you have a, you know, then that comes in. Who knows? No one really knows. All you can say is you know, right now this is where I'm at.
That's the only thing we can say.
Yeah, right now I'm here in this apparent life in this form, and right now I can learn my lessons.
Yeah.
And that's all you can really do.
Yeah.
The speculation about past lives, who knows? You know, people get caught up in it and go, "Oh, in a past life he was X and Y." Who cares who you were? You were still deluded. You might have been a famous person in a previous life, a king or it's like you were still in a delusion. It was just a dream.
When will you learn that only holiness can content you and give you peace? When only, have we translated holiness into awareness? Yeah.
No formless awareness, yeah. We can't really translate holy. There isn't holy awarely. It doesn't really work, does it?
No.
Awarely extension. So we'll just keep with holy.
Yeah.
Holiness as a noun we can call pure formless awareness. Because that's what it is, only extension of pure formless awareness. Only this pure formless awareness can content you and give you peace.
Remember that you learn not for yourself alone no more than I did. Well, that's a very good reminder, of course, again, that this is not a solitary activity. It is because I learned for you that you can learn of me. I would but teach you what is yours, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds a host of pure formless awareness to guilt and weakness with the glad awareness of the glory that is in him. Perfect love.
The host of perfect love. The glad awareness of the magnificence.
That is in my birth in you is your awakening to grandeur.
Do we want to change him to it? The host of perfect love.
Oh yes, is in it. The birth in you is your awakening to grandeur. Welcome me not into a manger, but into the foundation of holiness.
And holiness is pure formless awareness.
Into the foundation of pure formless awareness. Hello.
Foundation to pure formless awareness.
Yeah, that's what
foundation of pure formless awareness.
Into the foundation 2, I think was well, altar 2 was the original.
Yeah, original.
Where holiness abides in perfect peace, where pure formless awareness abides in perfect peace. My kingdom, my state is not of this world because it is in you. And you are of your source.
My state of mind.
Oh, my state of mind is not of this world because it is in you. And you are of your source. Let us join in honoring you, who must remain forever beyond littleness.
Okay. You are of your source, and you are of your source. You come from your source. What do you think?
Let's see how that sounds in context, the whole paragraph.
Okay, do you want to read it?
Holy extension of pure formless awareness. When will you learn that only pure formless awareness can content you and give you peace? Remember that you learn not for yourself alone, no more than I did. It is because I learned for you that you can learn of me. I would but teach you what is yours, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness. Yes, I think that's better. I would only teach you what is yours, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds the host of perfect love to guilt and weakness with the glad awareness of the magnificence that is in it. My birth in you is your awakening to grandeur. Welcome me not into a manger, but into the foundation to pure
Instead of
form.
in it, maybe in you. I think that's better. What do you think?
I would only teach you what's yours, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds the host of perfect love to guilt and weakness with the glad awareness. Oh yeah,
I think that works because
Yeah.
it's got you over there. It would only teach you.
yours. Yes,
It's yours that is in you.
yeah. Good
Okay.
catch. Manger, foundation, where pure formless awareness abides in perfect peace. My state of mind is not of this world because it is in you, and you come from your source. Let us join in honoring you, who must remain forever beyond littleness. So it's a celebration. It starts off with an exasperation. Come on, when are you going to realize this? We have to work to replace the shabby littleness that binds the host in guilt and weakness with the magnificence that is in you. Welcome me completely, and it's almost like welcome me appropriately, you know. My state of mind is not of this world because it's in you, who are beyond all time and state, and you come from your source. So let's join in honoring the one who remains forever beyond littleness, which is you and me.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a call to arms in a way, in a gentle way.
Yeah, he's asking us to be vigilant for only this, and not satisfy ourselves with the littleness that the ego offers us. And kind of, gird your loins and get yourself right. Come, actually, here's the standard. You are this perfect love. You are this presence, and just remember it, and don't settle for anything less.
Don't settle for anything less. Yeah, precisely.
Because the ego is always trying to get us to do that.
Yeah, don't settle for anything less.
Yeah.
No, I know. Yeah.
And the vigilance is, well, just not to do that. Because if you start settling for less, then that starts becoming your reality. Oh, I'm settling for limitation and limited awareness, and you're not going to be happy. You'll feel that disconnect from your source. So it's requires the vigilance to maintain that, no matter what happens in this world of illusion. Okay, happy with number 9?
Yeah.
Moving on to number 10. It's my turn to read.
Okay.
Decide with me who has decided to abide with you. I will as my Father wills. I will as my Source wills. Knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself. You will be content with nothing but its will. Accept no less, remembering that everything I learned is yours. what my source loves, I love as it does. And I can no more accept it as what it is not than it can. Okay, lots of it's going on there. No more accept it. So now why accept it as what it is not? That should be capital, really, shouldn't it?
Mm.
Referring to source. Accept it as what it is not.
Mm.
Then it can.
As we are one and the same.
Yeah. No more can you. You learn to accept what you are. You will make no more gifts to offer to yourself, for you will know you are complete, in need of nothing, and unable to accept anything for yourself. But you will gladly give, having received. The host of God, needs not seek to find anything. The host needs. The host need, really, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an error.
Mm.
The grammatical error. The host of perfect love need not seek to find anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll read that from the top. Decide with me has decided to abide with you. I will as my source wills, knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself. You will be content with nothing but its will. Accept no less, remembering that everything I learned is yours. What my source loves, that needs a comma, I think, I love as it does, and I can no more accept it as what it is not than it can, and no more can you. When you have learned to accept what you are, you will make no more gifts to offer to yourself. You will offer no more gifts. You will make no more gifts to offer to yourself, or you will offer no more gifts to yourself. So we want to keep the make no more. Make no more. Okay, I understand what he's saying. You make the illusions, you make the gifts, and then you give them to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll know you are. How about you will invent?
Mm.
Or should we stick with make?
Make is okay. Is good for me. You will make no more gifts.
Okay. He does use make and create, as you know,
Yeah.
the ego makes. To offer to yourself, for you will know that you are complete, in need of nothing, and unable to accept anything for yourself.
Mm.
You will gladly give, having received. Most of perfect love need not seek to find anything.
Mm.
So the idea of trying to satisfy yourself with these illusory gifts is over. You accept that when you desire anything in this world, you are belittling yourself. That's what he's saying, really. You're enslaving yourself to littleness through your desire, saying, I need that, I want that, and denying the magnitude of what you really are. But you will gladly give, having received. So you give from the magnitude that you are. And that's then the natural extension of it. So it's completely a different energy from the seeking, desiring energy of the ego to just an extending outwards into the truth. Accept no less, knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself. So if its will is constant, it cannot be discontent, and at peace forever with itself. And then we should have a capital there, shouldn't we? Forever with itself. So they get the capitalization wrong sometimes, don't they? So he's just saying you'll be content with nothing other than this will. Only this will is going to make you happy and content. And then when you've learned to accept this, you simply won't entertain illusions anymore. You won't try and satisfy yourself by making up gifts that are never going to satisfy you. But instead, you will gladly give and receive this perfect love that you really are. And that will be wholly satisfying. Okay, we're nearly there. 2 short paragraphs. Yeah. Well done. It's a bit of a marathon, but I've been going since 12:30. Well, it's like rounds of sessions, because you get one lot, and then they come in, and we do 2 hours with them, and then they depart, and then
I know.
and then we go on. But I do have the evening off, so
Great. Yeah.
that's a limit.
Yeah.
And,
Very good. If you are wholly willing to leave salvation to the plan of God and unwilling to attempt to grasp it for peace for yourself, salvation will be given you. So if you are wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan of pure formless awareness of perfect love,
okay.
and unwilling to attempt to grasp for peace yourself, awakening will be given you.
How about?
You will be given, you will awaken.
Hmm.
So hang on, if you are wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan, yes, okay. So I'm not saying, no, I know better. I've got a great plan.
Yeah. To attempt to grasp for peace yourself. So it uses peace here, but you could substitute happiness there. Grasp for happiness. Pursue scraps of happiness by inventing apparent things that are going to make you happy in the world.
Yeah.
If you're just unwilling to do that, then you'll awaken, because you'll be connecting with the direct source of your peace and happiness.
Yet think not you can substitute your plan for its. Rather, join with me in its plan, so that we may release all those who would be bound, proclaiming together that the extension of perfect love is host to it. Yeah. Oh, it's really a rallying cry, this, isn't it?
Part of what he's doing here is trying to inspire us or motivate us to do this and say, this is the truth. You need to get with it. This is why you want to do it. He's giving us the reasons why this is a very good idea to listen to. And hopefully the logic, which is actually impeccable. You can't really fault his logic. That gets through to us. We go, yeah, actually, I'm tired of the futility of chasing the peace and trying to find something external and never finding it. And he's finally telling me why that's not working, because it doesn't work. It's never going to work. So if I can just accept that, then I can choose another way and I can be free. But generally, people are only going to be willing to do this when they've suffered enough, when they've tried every plan and they are in despair and they go, you know what, I just, I'm at my wit's end here. That's when they will be ready for a message like this. If they still think that, no, the ego's still got some legs here and I still think it's going to work, then they won't listen, because they prefer to do it their own way.
Claiming together that the extension of perfect love is host to it. Thus will we let no one forget what you would remember, and thus will you remember it. Maybe we drop the thus. Thus we will let no one forget what you would remember. Well, what
So
about
instead, so
so we will not let anyone forget what you remember.
let no one forget what you remember. So will we not. And so will you remember it.
Yeah.
Maybe that needs a capital. So yeah, thus so will we not let anyone forget. And so maybe thus there and so, what do you think?
Thus, we will not let anyone forget what you would remember, and so will you remember it.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Okay.
Well, if you are,
Yeah, read it from the top.
if you are wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan of perfect love, and unwilling to attempt to grasp for peace yourself, you will awaken. Yet think not that you can substitute your plan for its.
Yet do not think.
Not think.
No. Do not think you can substitute your plan for its.
Rather, join with me in its plan, that we may release all those who would be bound, proclaiming together. Do we proclaim?
Proclaiming together.
That the extension of perfect love is host to it. Thus will we not let anyone forget what you would remember, and so you will remember it. And so you will remember it. Yes. So know that this is perfect love's plan. Don't try to substitute your own idea for awakening.
Rather join with me.
Yeah.
Join with me so that we may join with me so that we may release all those who would be bound to it. Thus will we not let anyone forget what you would remember, and so will you remember it. It's nice. That kind of got a bit of a flow.
So be it, and so be it. Yes.
So it's a call to awakening. There's a plan here. He's saying, join the plan. You're part of this bigger thing, and actually, no one's going to be left out of it. And you become the agent of this plan on earth. That's your function here. You're the miracle worker. You are the extension of perfect love, and your job is to bring everyone, as many people as possible, into that awareness, to awaken into the same awareness, and that then becomes your life purpose. To awaken people to that same awareness that you have awakened to. However you do that. So we all have different ways. You can directly teach, like I'm doing. You could paint. You're teaching and you're healing. So we all have our way of doing that. That really fulfills us because there's a true purpose there. We feel like this is something worthwhile and meaningful. So though it's 6 hours, it's like, okay, well, but what else am I going to spend my time on? It's 6 hours of direct teaching and awakening, not just myself but others. I mean, what else are you going to spend your time on? Is there anything more valuable, really? So the ego is going to say, well, that's massively indulgent, of course. but actually, in truth, if all we are here to do is awaken, then what better use can you have for your time than to spend it directly on a process that's going to awaken you and others?
True.
Okay, so last one.
Last one. Alrighty. Call forth in everyone only the remembrance of pure formless awareness of perfect love. and of the
Yep.
state of pure formless awareness that is in him.
Okay. I just need to, oops, wrong. Only the remembrance of perfect love. And of the state. That is in him. Okay.
Or where you would have your brother be or your companion be. Thank you. There will you think you are. So if I can.
State of pure formless awareness. I think that's heaven. State of pure formless awareness. Where you would have your companion be.
Where will you think you are?
Where you would have your companion be. Where you want your companion to be.
Where you believe you want.
Oh. Where you. There where you think you are.
Hear not his appeal to victimhood and littleness.
Yeah, victimhood. Yeah.
And littleness, but only his call for its state of pure formless awareness and greatness. Do not heal.
Do not hear.
It's N, the NO needing a T.
Right. Do not hear. Do not hear. Make it her.
Okay. Yeah. Forget not, do not forget that her call is yours, and answer her with me. Pure formless awareness power is forever on the side of its host. For it protects only the peace in which it dwells. Lay not littleness, I read illness, lay not littleness before its its holy foundation, its true foundation, which rises above the stars and reaches even to state of pure formless awareness because of what is given it. Okay.
And that should be our it, capital, shouldn't it?
Because the it is the
And of littleness before its holy foundation, which rises above the stars and reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness because of what is given it. Holy foundation. Maybe he's talking about the foundation. There's so many its that you wonder what it he's talking about. Before
Is
it's holy.
Is it not though the it that is me?
Yeah, the host, perfect love's power is forever on the side of its host.
It's
It protects only the peace in which it dwells. The host really should be capitalized, shouldn't it?
well, is the
We're
host?
talking about the extension or the host,
Yeah, okay.
I think.
So the it at the end is refers to the host.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's made it small, but then you've got the Son of God. Well, that's the host of God, or the host of. So it's not the capitalization is not really consistent, is it?
Yeah.
Because if it's its host, then you become holy by hosting it. So it should be capitalized, really.
Yeah, got it. Oh, very good. Yeah.
Hmm.
Call forth in everyone only the remembrance of perfect love and of the state of pure formless awareness that is in him. For where you want your companion to be, there will you think you are. Do not hear her appeal to victimhood and littleness, but only her call for the state of pure formless awareness and greatness. Do not forget that her call is yours, and answer her with me. Perfect love's power is forever on the side of its host, for it protects only the peace in which it dwells. Thank you. Lay not littleness before its holy foundation, which rises above the stars and reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness because of what is given it.
Lay not littleness, maybe do not. Place littleness. Do not give littleness. Do not place littleness before its holy foundation. Do not place littleness.
On, yeah.
Do not. How about this? I've got a good one. Do not cover its holy foundation.
With littleness.
Because that's really what the veil is. The veil of illusion is.
But then you'd have to alter the next bit, because then it sounds like the littleness is rising above the stars.
Not cover its holy foundation with littleness, which rises above the stars and reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness. No, it's just referring to the holy foundation. Not cover its holy foundation with littleness. And the which then refers to the holy foundation.
Okay.
It rises above the stars and reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness because of what is given it. Yeah. I think the which clearly applies to the holy foundation because of what is given it. Well, because of what? How about this? What? Of what it is.
Do not cover its holy foundation with littleness, which rises above the stars and reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness because of what it is. Better. Not late. Yeah.
Reaches even to the state. Reaches. Do we want to change that? Reaches even to the state of pure formless awareness.
Do not cover which rises above the stars and reaches even. And embraces,
and
uh,
leads.
tries above the start and leads to the state of pure formless awareness. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to give a little summary of that, and then we'll do a summary of the whole thing. Our executive summary.
Yeah. It's the last paragraph is about refusing to see the littleness in your companion's attempts at victimhood, but only see her call for the state of pure formless awareness and greatness, remembering that her call is mine, and answer her with pure formless awareness. Yeah, and in this act and in her will the love, the power of pure perfect love will forever support its host. Yeah. Reminding us that we are never alone in this magnificent venture.
Yeah, everyone's actually on the same journey. They just don't always realize it.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So, executive summary in 2 or 3 sentences. So,
Littleness versus magnitude. It's in this. This is about being eternally, always vigilant against littleness.
need to continuously vigilant against littleness and for my
and I will always be supported by perfect love in this task. I decide that I decide for performance awareness and not for the belief in separation. What's your magnitude?
no, yes, littleness. For my magnitude, that is pure formless awareness, perfect love. Right, for my magnitude, and must to decide.
I decide for
For my magnitude, I must for my
belief in separation.
Belief in littleness, which plays out as
Victimhood.
Victimhood and desiring worldly things and special relationships.
In
Relationships over love, state of love.
in deciding for love, I love extends through me to the whole world, to all my companions.
My companions and my part in the awakening of the extension to the awareness of its source. Something like that.
It's gone. The type is really little there.
Yeah. Fix that.
Thank you. This section is saying that I need to be continuously vigilant against littleness and for my magnitude, that is pure formless awareness of perfect love. To decide for my magnitude, I must let go of my belief in littleness, which plays out as victimhood, and desiring worldly things, accomplishments, and special relationships instead of love. In deciding for love, I allow love to extend through me to all my companions and play my part in the awakening of the extension of perfect love to the awareness of its source.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Great.
I think it's quite useful just to give our take on it, you know. So it's like a summary, but it's our own, like, okay, so what did we get from that? That you can take away in one paragraph and go, okay,
That's right.
Personalized executive summary.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, if you want the crib notes, you just read that. However, reading the whole thing, you know, it certainly does do a lot to unwind the mind.
Oh, yes, it does. I do like that term, unwind. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Okay, so well done. Do you want to do a meditation?
Few minutes. Not a big 20-minute. No, Brody.
Okay.
Yes, Brody.
Okay, so just making yourself comfortable.
Yeah, Brody.
So sitting comfortably, feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you pause at the top of the inhale. Smile. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine into your heart center. One hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. So now, in this clear, calm, aware state, begin by thinking of someone you don't like, who seems to irritate you or cause regret in you if you should meet them, someone you actively despise, if there's anyone like that, or merely try to overlook. Doesn't really matter what the form your anger takes. Probably chosen him already. So whoever it is, close your eyes and just see him in your mind. See him or her in your mind. And look at this person a while. Just breathe in again. Top yourself up. And try to perceive some light in him or her somewhere. A little gleam which you'd never noticed before. Look carefully and you will see it beyond the illusions of that person's behavior, their personality self. Whatever it is that they are doing lies a light of their true awareness, pure formless awareness, actually underlies this person. That is the truth of the matter. And so just invite this perception to come in, to see it. A little gleam you'd never noticed. Maybe you see that as physical light, but more likely it's just a sense of lightness. A lightness, a spark of brightness shining through the ugly picture that you hold of him. And underneath this ugly picture, which is just a covering for the pure formless awareness of perfect love that this person is. So look at this picture until you see a light somewhere within it. To help you have a sense of breathing this light in. Just breathing it into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light. You see a light somewhere within it. And try to let this light extend until it covers this person. Makes the picture beautiful and good. So have a sense of the light just encompassing this person, streaming in to your awareness, into your perception of this person. So you bring the light to them. Now, look at this changed perception for a while. Breathe in again. Breathing the light in. Every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. If you don't visualize well, just feel a sense of lightness. Then turn your mind to someone you call a friend. Try to transfer the light. Learn to see around your former enemy to this person. It's the same light, the same awareness. So breathe it in and just perceive it underlying this person you call a friend or partner. And perceive this person now as more than friend to you. For in this light of holiness, this holiness shows you your Savior. Saved and saving, healed and whole. So you see this person who's friend completely in the light. Breathe that light in and recognize that the light you see in this person and in your supposed enemy are one. It's one and the same light. It's being offered to you by the Holy Spirit, remembrance of oneness. So let your enemy and your friend unite, blessing you with what you gave. And now are you one with them and they with you? So breathe that in and have a sense of just collapsing everything into the light. It's one light, one awareness. That awareness is yours. It's the two peoples that you held in mind. And breathe it in to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's in the light that comes with true forgiveness. So you are one with them, and they with you. And you just surrender into the light for a minute, so deep silence. In this light, you have forgiven yourself. You have forgiven your seeming enemies. You have let go of any sense of separation and merged your mind to the oneness. So just merge into that, allow yourself to go there, surrender to this light that is all encompassing. It is the eternal reality. True beingness that you are. Just let go and let God. Surrender to this completely. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Breathe, relax, be still for a couple of minutes of deep silence. Just abide in the light and let whatever experience come to you. Show you that it's true and real and really completely fulfilling and contenting. Stay in this presence. Next couple of minutes of deep silence. And so just gently coming back to an awareness of body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you know, open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Just breathe that in. Breathe in the awareness, the light, and in the light no darkness can maintain. So you exhale, just blowing it all away. The count of 2 with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness it really is. Remind yourself that forgiveness is the key to happiness. Letting go is the key to happiness. I will awaken from the dream that I am mortal, fallible, and full of sin, and know I am the perfect Son of God. I am the perfect extension of love. Exhale all the dark energy, letting it leave you, black smoke, just resting in peace and stillness. So just notice this deep state of peace. Anchor it into your awareness. You stay there for the rest of the evening. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, just stay rooted in peace, the happiness that forgiveness leads to. So it is said, so it is done. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes, take a look around for a minute, just observing the various objects in the room in this very clear, calm state. You're in a state of pure formless awareness, perfect love. Just abide in that state. Anchor that state in, so you carry it with you for the evening. And to help you, you can just top yourself up by reminding yourself forgiveness or letting go is the key to happiness. Frequently, you need a top up. I've sent you a longer recording, a half-hour recording, as well as a 3-minute one to just help you practice this lesson. And awaken. He says, I will awaken from the dream that I'm mortal, fallible, and full of sin. And know I am the perfect Son of God, perfect extension of love. And on that note, I think brings us to the end of the session.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Iona.
Thank you very much.
So it looks like Lucy's gone off. I did want to have a chat about our retreat at some point. Let me just stop the share and stuff. So just stop the recordings.